You're in Braves country.
Good evening, Braves country. Let me get the full view here. Well, that ain't it. Where's God bless America. They change this every single time. Figured out here in 1 second. Teamus and Doug are here with me. I'm trying to find it. Is it that one? Is it this one? Is it this one? I'm just gonna play around until I see Teamus pop into the picture. He's not on stage yet. That's what the problem is.
Oh,
all right. There we go. I'm going to find a better angle than that because that's not necessarily the greatest. How are y'all doing, guys? Here we go. There it goes.
Doing good.
How you guys doing today?
Hey, buddy.
So we are reacting to whatever's going on here in the world of the trade deadline. I guess the latest news was that Jack Flaherty went to the Dodgers. If y'all can start rattling off some of the ones that have jumped out to you, obviously we're gonna get into the Braves trade, which was a big one. I haven't seen anything else come across yet. Have y'all?
Flaherty was the last thing I saw, Dave.
Okay. I saw that. Man. Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. We're gonna figure this out. I'm going to go to the actual transaction board. That would be the easiest way to do this. Doug, what did your Reds do? Did they do anything other than sell?
They went off to Boston and dropped off Lucas Sims for some prospect was the last thing I saw.
Okay. Kiermaier to the Dodgers is nothing. I mean, honestly, I don't even know what the hell that's about. That dude's not hitting his weight anymore.
Can I ask, is Sims any good? I don't know him. I don't know what we got.
Yeah, he is good. I mean, he's average.
Blood has cussed his name all season long. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah.
But he was good at one point. I do know that.
Well, so was, Ty Cobb, but that doesn't help us today.
He'll probably be probably a solid contributor in your bullpen. He's fine. He's not the greatest. He's not the greatest in the bullpen. Not like he was a couple of years ago.
What would you say? He's like a sixth inning guy, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. We can use him 6th, 7th, or 8th. That tells me what I need to know.
He's probably 6th. He's probably 6th.
He's 6th.
I mean, in a pinch. Look, a couple of years ago, the guy was really good. So the guy actually started with the Atlanta Braves years ago. But he really took off in the Reds bullpen the last few years.
Mm-hmm.
But Doug's been cussing him all year long because he's been.
The first half of the season he was bad. Now he's turned it around in the last couple of weeks. He's
Doug, don't BS him because if you BS him, I'm going to get texts from T all August and September going, "This guy sucks." And Doug said he was good.
Grissom. Oh God, my throat's dry.
Right now, you got an average bullpen guy is what you got. That's truth.
Hooray!
The Padres go and get Tanner Scott. You know, I saw one of the quote unquote big names on Braves Twitter making fun of this. Dude, that guy's elite. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
That's the one I wanted, but the Padres came out swinging in this deadline. They added them in Seattle were, I don't think their people have slept in the last 36 hours.
Mark Canha the Giants get Mark Canha, but he was like a waiver wire type thing. So was the Josh Bell. Where did Josh Bell go? Did he go to Arizona?
Hold on.
Yeah,
he did.
By the way, this Saturday the Braves expect either Lopez or Max Fried to pitch. So those guys are back in the fold again. So there was the scare on Lopez. I thought he might do a short stint on the IL just for precaution. Looks like they're ready to roll. I still think they're going to play the game of pitching these guys once a week and hope they can get to the finish line. It's going to be a dangerous game because the National League wild card is an absolute log jam right now.
Yeah, it is.
I think they're playing a dangerous game of just assuming that all these guys are gonna play well and we're gonna get into the playoffs. Real quick, a couple of plays that have come through. The Orioles have acquired Gregory Soto from the Phillies in exchange for Seth Johnson. So it's a couple of is a lefty for a righty. I'm really surprised they got rid of Soto. They were big on Soto. The Giants got Kane from the Tigers. The Pirates, Billy Cook from the Orioles. The Rays, Dylan Carlson from the Cardinals, and that is basically building for next year is what that is. Although they still have, the Rays are still screwing around back there, about 3.5 back in the wild card or whatever they're doing. But
I disagree. I disagree. When they traded those guys this week, they were punting. I think what they did was correct, unfortunately, because we have to play them 100 times a season. But they're planning for next year. I don't think
that's what I just said. That's exactly what I just said.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. I thought you said.
I thought you said Spider. I thought you said Spider.
No,
but to shoot you in the foot.
Please don't shoot.
All right, we move on.
Yeah.
Tanner Banks comes over from the White Sox, a lefty, to Philly. Martin Perez goes to the Padres from the Pirates. I'm a little surprised by that because the Pirates are in it, and Martin Perez is a good innings eater, but whatever. Dodgers get Flaherty, which is kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Eloy Jimenez goes to the Orioles from the White Sox. That's an interesting one because he's a good power hitter, but he has not lived up to billing the last couple of years.
And why did the Orioles need another power hitting designated hitter for? That was why I thought that one was a little bit weird.
Honestly, he may be just a bench piece. He honestly may be a bench piece. And I don't have his contract in front of me, but they that might be something that they're looking to rat hole for next year, maybe even move in the offseason. I don't know.
They'd have to move because his contract, I think it's $16 million, I think. It's between 13 to 16 million on his contract.
It is amazing to me that that you ended up with the trade deadline came and gone and Luis Robert did not get moved. Because that's all we heard for 2 months, that Luis Robert is going to go. He's going to be sold. He's going to be sold. Nobody got him. Heck, there were talks about the Braves going after him. And in the end, they didn't sell Luis Robert. They did not sell Garrett Crochet. Tarek Skubal stayed at home. So all the big name pitchers really stayed at home.
Well, I can understand why. For one thing, I can understand why Skubal's staying because with Detroit, I think Detroit is, whether you think they're gambling or not, I think they can get more for Skubal in the offseason. There'll be more teams bidding on him. So I think they held on to him. And as far as forgot who you just talking about. But yeah, Skubal, I think they're holding on because I think they can get more out of more teams for him.
Real quick, I'm going to rattle these off and then we can react to them. Just want to get these out. So Tanner Scott to the Padres. We talked about that. Twins got Trevor Richards from the Blue Jays. Whatever. He's basically a swing man. The Mariners get relief pitcher JT Chargois from the Marlins. That's not really a needle mover. Astros, Caleb Ferguson, lefty from the Yankees. That's a weird one. The Yankees and Astros making a trade.
Yeah.
And then let's see. The Mets get Paul Blackburn. He's a good innings eater. I thought that would be a type of arm that the Braves may go after with all the bumps and bruises they have. And the Royals get Paul DeYoung, and that one pissed me off because that was the one. That was the one that I wanted the Braves to get into that lineup to spell Ozzy Albies until he comes back. And when he came back, you could have slid him over to short and platoon offensively with Orlando Arcia. That was the one that I saw that drop. I was like, son of a gun. They dragged their feet. Alex Cobb to the Guardians. That's not nothing. And what else we have here? I think most of the others are older. Josh Bell. It was the Diamondbacks.
Yep.
And Orioles get Trevor Rogers. That happened about 4 hours ago. We'll come back and react to all these. Red Sox get Lucas Sims. We just talked about that. The Pirates get Josh Walker from the Mets. Nothing big. Mets gave up Nicholas Carreno. And then the Yankees get Mark Leiter Jr. That's a pretty big one.
Yes.
And the Jorge Soler deal, we're going to talk about that here in a second. I think that pretty much caught up to date everything for today. And I'm just going to keep refreshing and make sure nothing else came in. Usually by now, we know it all.
Yeah.
Usually by now, we know it. Well, here's a new one. Dylan Floro, Diamondback from the Nationals. Here's another one. The Orioles. What? Have acquired Austin Slater.
That's the deal they just did with the Reds.
Okay. And as far as I have not seen anything else, Braves country. So, all right, we'll go ahead and start that. Which one do y'all want to talk about first? And I'm going to open up the phone lines here in 1 second.
Doug, go ahead, buddy. Because
well, I'll tell you what, man. You got so the Yankees go out and Leiter. Yeah. I think that's a pretty good move by New York. Another like the last thing they need is another good bullpen arm. But that's going to be an interesting one because they can put him in. He has been lights out since he developed a splitter this year, and they can put him in 7th, 8th inning type role.
Yep. I mean, everything the Yankees have done up to the trade deadline has been bullseye. Everything they've done, and that just capped off a great trade deadline week for them. I mean, look at Chisholm's already made them look like superstars already. Did you watch Chisholm last night? Back-to-back home runs. Many RBIs. He looked brilliant last night.
I was watching the terrible Braves offense sputter and putter their way to 3 runs. That's what I was doing. I was calling the game. I saw the score, but I didn't actually get to see the home runs.
Don't worry, Jorge's on his way.
I was watching the Sox put up 2 touchdowns last night.
Yep.
Well, and
how did we not get Turner, though? I mean, everybody in Boston thought.
How did I not know that y'all had a guy on your team that got caught masturbating in the parking lot a few years ago?
Because I made sure I didn't bring that conversation.
Wow! Wow!
At a Dollar General, no less. I mean,
was it a dollar? Oh, I didn't even know that. All I knew was it was a parking lot.
No, it was a Dollar General. If you're gonna do it, spice it up, man. Go to the Waffle House. Come on.
Go home. Go home.
How do you? Yeah.
I'm never buying.
He's not homeless, right? So why in the parking lot?
And what was the black stuff he was using? Why black? I don't understand any of it. It's bizarre beyond repair. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know that story, honestly, until the guy screamed it at him the other day, walking down the he told him to go back and do it again or something.
Right.
And I was like, what?
I was thoroughly confused. I was like, what in the hell is he talking about? I had to go look this up. There was another podcast I was listening to that kind of defined it. I was like, all right, I got to go look this up. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, they're like, it's all over Twitter. So I went and listened to it on Twitter, and I was like, wow. Listen, buddy.
In his defense, it was during the pandemic.
Yeah. That's against God's plan, man. You know, come on.
I'm like, dude.
The Dollar General parking lot?
Hey, you know what I want to know? How violent was it that you drew a crowd that you got arrested? Right?
I'm
Why
not.
are you not keeping it on the down low? He
Man,
must have been flailing around like a fish out of water, man.
like it owed you money or something. I don't understand. We're swimming into some deeper waters here, Mac. But I'm going to tell you right now, there's a lot about this I don't
I
understand.
can just envision the police coming up. Put it down, sir. Put it down. You're choking it to death. Stop it.
We're not going to say it's a weapon because, but yeah.
I could not believe when I saw that, man. Is it Reese McGuire? If anyone wants to look up the story later, it's Reese McGuire.
The good news is he's no longer with the Sox.
Well,
that's the only positive I have about that story, however, because
well, he had a good run. Was he with Boston at the time it happened?
Oh yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Training.
I knew he'd been a Red Sox for a while, but I couldn't remember when he showed up.
And the thing is, it was in spring training. It's like, isn't it hot in Florida? What do you?
He's thawing out. He's getting.
Yeah, I guess. None of it makes sense. None of it.
All right. We got some questions here. By the way, if anyone wants to call in, the number to call is 678-960-9700. If you're listening on radio and you want to call in, or if you're watching us in the chat, 678-960-9700. And we're going to answer some of the questions I see rolling around in the chat. So let's go up a little bit. Envy said, "Can you show us what he was doing again?" We won't go down there.
No, this isn't Cinemax, but no. This is you got to subscribe to Cinemax for that.
Yeah.
This is a family show.
That's beyond Cinemax, man.
That's soft core. Yeah, I know.
That's past soft core. Okay.
Could be hardcore.
So talking about the Solera trade. So one of the most interesting parts about this entire trade is if you look at the big picture, he's got 2 more years left on his contract. So the biggest question is going to be, what do we do with him in the offseason? Do we keep him and trade maybe Kelenic, which is a possibility now because he is absolutely petered out, or do they continue to try to save money, keep Kelenic, and then try to move Solera? I don't think they're going to trade Ozuna. There's been that speculation, but he's got a $16 million option, and he is hitting the ball better than anybody in baseball over the last 100 I think they said 180 games. You're not giving that up for 16, so let's throw that out the window. So I think there's going to be a move, but as far as what we're going to do this year, I think Solera leads off. I think that's almost a given.
Mm-hmm.
When you get everybody healthy, what the lineup's going to look like, it's going to be a long lineup. It's going to be a dangerous lineup. Problem is getting everybody healthy. Now, Michael Harris will be back soon, but I think for the time being, we're going to see Solera probably as early as tomorrow. He is not in the lineup tonight. He has not been added to the roster yet, so he's probably not quite arrived into Milwaukee. They have a 2:00 game tomorrow, so it could be sketchy on whether or not him and Luke Jackson get there. But anyways, he'll definitely be with the team by Thursday. So I think Solera's probably going to go back to the leadoff like he did back in 2021. And I guess you're going to go back to back of righty with Solera, Riley, Ozuna, and then Olsen. And that's until you get some. Now, you think about that, that's a pretty long, deep lineup with a lot of power. And you're talking about 4 guys, Solera, Riley, Ozuna, and Olsen, back to back to back. Now, would they think about breaking some of them up to lengthen the lineup? That's a good possibility. Harris comes back in 2 weeks. I think at that point, Harris will be moved somewhere. If he's not leadoff, maybe he's sitting number 2. He's going to be somewhere up near the top, and that extends it a little bit. I'm really disappointed we didn't do something about second base, though. I really am. Nacho Alvarez isn't it. I'm sorry, guys. He's not.
No.
He's hitting, what is he, 2 for 30 since he came up? And he doesn't have any pop. He hasn't even worked a walk yet. So he's a guy with no pop, but on the plus side, he's not working his way on base either. So who gets DFA'd? I would think probably it's either Laureano. They could send Williams down and basically have no middle infielder backup plan. But I don't know why you would need that many outfielders, because right now they got Ramon Laureano, Eddie Rosario, who's a lefty, and that's the only reason why he sticks with the team most likely, and Duvall. That's essentially the three guys rotating in and out of the lineup. You're going to have your backup catcher, and you're probably going to keep Whit Merrifield. So I think probably Laureano. He's in the lineup tonight. What's that?
Yeah, I was going to say that. I always thought they were going to DFA. Once I saw Solar, I always thought that Laureano was going to get DFA'd like that.
Yeah, he's in the lineup tonight, but I honestly think that's just give some guys one more day off because you gone, baby.
Yeah.
This is your audition for some other team that may want to pick you up off the scrap heap.
Mm-hmm.
All
sure
right.
somebody will pick him up.
And as far as Luke Jackson goes, I expect he's going to be 6th, 7th inning, y'all. He's not going to be back in the bullpen, but he still has good stuff. His stuff still plays. Why does he?
I just think it's funny. The last time you signed these two guys and had them on your team, you won a World Series with them, did you not?
Yeah, but I don't know if that lightning's going to strike twice. Luke Jackson, it really was a situation of, okay, Tyler Matzik may or may not be back by September. And so it really came down to the fact that the Braves wanted another arm in the bullpen that they could actually rely on.
Right.
Matzik has not worked his way back. Luke Jackson this year is 5.4 ERA, 35 innings, 1.42 whip. That's not blowing anybody away. But their money was about the same, so that's why they traded him out.
Mm-hmm.
So
now my question is too. You were talking about what you're going to do with Solar. My understanding is too is the Reds, your team ate all of his money, paid out his whole contract. They ate the whole $32 million. So I'm assuming if they've eaten his contract, he's gonna be there for 2 years.
Well, yeah, exactly. So the Jorge Soler deal breaks down like this as far as his contract. We'll pull it up real quick so I don't misspeak, but I was looking at it earlier. And so what you have is, by the way, I thought this whole year, I was under the impression that his next 2 years were optional, that he could, no, he doesn't have the option to decline it. So he'll be age 33 and 34 the next 2 years, making 16 a year. That's the same amount of money as Ozuna.
Mm-hmm.
I still think they hold on to Ozuna. Acuna is going to be back. Harris will be in center. So that means you're either going to try to move Ozuna for pitching, because you're going to pick up the option. Be stupid not to. You're either going to move Ozuna or Soler for pitching, or you're going to move Kelenic and say good luck somewhere else. But that's a lot of money. And the biggest concern I have for Jorge Soler, he's not the best defensive outfielder at this point in his career. And they're going to be asking him to play left field pretty much, because you can't put Ozuna out there.
No.
You got better luck putting me or Doug out there, man.
I was going to say, you got better chances than me playing it out there.
But yet, wrap your head around the fact he's got a Gold Glove. So, anyways, But yeah, that's what they got the next 2 years. So there's a good chance. Look, they get hot and they make a run in the playoffs or whatever. Maybe Jorge Soler's value jumps up and you can trade him. but I don't think you will. I think you're pretty much. I think what it is you've got your designated hitter for the next couple of years, and they're either going to move Ozuna during the offseason, which I don't realistically see, or they're going to move Kelnick, which is probably more realistic. And he's a lot cheaper to move. So, other moves that are going to affect everybody.
I'll throw one in real quick.
Sure.
I didn't think of it earlier. Frankie Montas. All of Cincinnati was shocked. That's all the buzz on my Reds websites and stuff. Everybody was shocked. Right after the game was over yesterday, Montas was dealt off to the Brewers. And everybody was like, where did that come from? It came from the fact that if you were watching the game last night, Carson Spires gave them the out to go ahead and get rid of Montas and get Weimer and the prospect yesterday. Carson Spires played a really, really nice baseball game coming back from his injury. He would have played longer, but he was on a strict pitch count coming off the DL, so he's only allowed 60 pitches, and that's exactly what he pitched going for 5 innings. But the reason that gave them the out, and people don't understand, is Carson Spires, his stat page won't jump out at you, but when you watch him play baseball, for a 23-year-old, he's a good pitcher, and just proved that Carson Spires, we don't need Montas. Spires will take his number 3 or number 4 slot.
Well, and not to mention Montas has an ERA north of 5.
Exactly.
And he's a rental. I really think he's just an innings eater for Milwaukee down the stretch, don't you?
Yes, but what I love about it, I mean, he's not a big, exciting player, but it's something that we as the Reds desperately need. We're the opposite end of the Braves. You've got all these power-hitting outfielders. We don't have anything. So bringing Weimer over, which is not in itself isn't a big deal, but it's a big deal for the Reds because the Reds desperately need a power-hitting outfielder, desperately. So we'll take what we can get.
Milwaukee's currently 7 games in front of Pittsburgh and St. Louis. I mean, that's a wrap, I think. So
I think so.
They're just trying to get to the finish line. They're like the Dodgers. Dodgers are 6.5 in front of San Diego. Phillies 8.5 in front of Atlanta. There's really not a division race currently in the National League. Things are going to have to change for that to happen. So these teams they're just trying to get to the finish line healthy, and Montas will roll out there every 5th or 6th day and go out there and probably get lit up a little bit, but you'll just come bring your bullpen to bail them out.
Yeah. No, I agree with that one. But I was just answering that question because people were like, I thought people, Reds fans all over the country I thought they were going to like shoot themselves for a second. I don't understand. So I was just answering that question. It was as simple as
he's on a 1-year rental. Like what do they expect?
I know, and I had said that as well too. But I said last night
you got to get rid of everybody.
Yeah, Reds fans can be goofy sometimes.
Because currently we're going to talk the American League real quick. But currently, just put a cap on that. The Reds are 5 games out of the bullpen, out of the wild card, and they got to jump 6 teams to get into the wild card spot.
Yeah,
and the Cubs right there. So I'm a little surprised the Cubs didn't sell more, but
the funniest thing about the Cubs went ahead and bought. I kind of understand that. I mean, I think they're kind of punting this season. The guys that they picked up, like I'm probably mispronouncing his name, but Paredes and the one other fellow that they picked up, that's for next year. If anybody's wondering, everything they just did, it's not for this year. They're finished this year.
Yeah, Max Fried. I see some people coming. Max Fried and Lopez are expected to pitch this weekend, as early as this weekend. So they're both expected back. As far as Ian Anderson, he's pitched really well. 18 strikeouts versus 4 walks in his outing so far. Enoa had a good outing, but he's been up and down. I wouldn't bank on him necessarily, but he could come in and eat some innings. All right, let's go over to the American League. Teamus. So you're sitting currently right now, like you're right in the thick of it. It's got to make you a little worrisome, though. The Kansas City was buying, man. They were big time buyers.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, everybody seemed to have been but us. We had 3 glaring areas we had to correct. We needed a right-handed batter. We needed a starting pitcher. We need a relief pitcher. We get Sims. We needed somebody for the 8th inning. He's a 6th inning guy, so We get Paxton. Okay. And then McGuire goes away. And we get the fact that we did anything is better than the last 4 years, but I mean, if I'm grading them, I give the Sox a D plus. I mean, the Yankees made moves. Seattle went nuts. Kansas went nuts. I mean, I understand it's Breslow's first year. He wasn't going to cannonball into anything. It's not like I was expecting him to bring in another Big Papi or Manny Ramirez kind of hitter or anything, but we're in it, as you said.
So some of the questions that are coming in, one from Brian, did the Braves have a financial cap on? Here's the thing. Once they took on that Soler money, man, that's pretty much it, because they are right there on the line, teetering on whether or not they're going to get banged again on the tax. And so that was pretty much it. The Giants essentially made their moves to free up money, not just for this year, but also in the offseason. So it's kind of a swing, it's a big swing by Anthopoulos, but I got to respect it. There weren't a lot of big bats, what you would call. Now, here's the other thing. I did want to bring this up because I know a lot of people are like, oh, man, you look up his numbers. And Honest Engine, if you go up and you look at the numbers for Jorge Soler this year, they don't knock you over, right? But he has been really good here recently because he last couple of months, I'll go ahead and pull the numbers up real quick. Jorge Soler has hit so much better over the last couple of months. So he came into, see here, the month of May, he batted 164. Month of April, 236. Month of June, he ended up batting 284, and he had, what was it? Just 3 home runs. Month of July, he's still a little low on the home run front, but he was batting 275. So he's a guy that's getting on base a lot more. He's got a strong, his OPS is up over 800 for the month of July. He's a guy that's starting to take off. So that's one of the reasons why they did it. I still think it was a big swing, but you got to respect the fact he didn't just not do anything. There wasn't really a bat out there. If you think about it, there wasn't a bat out on that market that could have really helped this offense other than something like a Jorge Soler, because the Luis Robert thing is essentially the same thing. And a lot of folks believe he came off hitting slow because he didn't really like it out in San Francisco, and it was taking him a while to get used to life or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if you want to buy into that or not, but take it for what it's worth. That's what the speculation is. Yes. Soler is a left fielder. He'll be playing left field. When he came up, he played center. He played right. He ain't doing that anymore. I can tell you that right now. He does. We got problems. But he'll be in left field most likely tomorrow. They said that him and Jackson won't be until late tonight. There was some kind of delay on their flight. So that explains that. T, I know you got to jump off here in a second, but real quick on the American League wild card, I'm a little curious. Like, okay, so you're sitting a game back at Kansas City, a game back at Minnesota. I don't think you're catching the Yankees, so let's cut it off there, right? And then you've got Seattle hanging around right behind you, 2.5. Were the moves good enough to get you over the hump?
No.
Yeah.
We didn't move the needle today. I mean, I mean, if anybody on this, anybody listening, if you disagree, please say so now. But no, absolute. I see. I took stale, very stale, mundane moves that just said nothing to the players that have been out kicking their punt, and we've overplayed. I mean, our potential this season. You got to give these young guys something to, besides a pat on the back, and we didn't do that.
I'm going to disagree with you just a little bit, just slightly. I see a little bit more sunshine for the Red Sox with this. You got to remember, the liability on your team from the games that I've seen and overall, as far as statistics go, your bullpen is your biggest liability. Your bullpen is one of the worst in baseball right at this particular moment. You've got an 8.841 ERA. Yeah, I mean, it's horrible. But bringing in Lucas Sims, I do believe is going to stabilize some of that. You're going to see a difference. Maybe not a big difference, but you're going to see a difference with him and anybody else that they signed, because I think they signed another bullpen guy. I was just looking. So,
yeah, the Red Sox acquired Luis Garcia from the Angels. I think that's the guy that could actually make a difference for the Red Sox.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've watched that kid throw. He can bring it. You don't think about it
listen, I hope you're right. I mean, I want to believe you're right. I just, after the last 3 or 4, trade deadlines.
Now he's long in the tooth. He's 37 years old.
Yeah.
So he's not going to.
If he can still bring it, I don't care.
Yeah, exactly. He's not going to fix the franchise long term. But
no. Yeah.
Don't go out and buy his jersey, is what I'm saying. But,
don't worry. Well, hey, listen. I've got a meeting with the higher ups here, but my last show, I want to say,
is that what you call the bartender?
Yeah. Thanks for letting me play along, Dave. I appreciate it, brother.
All right, brother. Well, let me know when you get established or anything, if you can jump on.
It's looking like 13 months now. So August 7th, I'll be departing for my deployment. But God bless you guys. Enjoy the season. And
thank you for your service, sir.
Go Sox.
Be safe.
Take care, Doug.
Keep your head down. Get back here.
All right, brother. Say hi to the wife for me. All right.
All right, brother.
Love you, buddy.
Okay, so let's go back into the National League, Doug. That's more of our it's more of our wheelhouse. And man, the Dodgers just continue to just rake everybody away from everybody.
I know.
How the hell did they get Tommy Edman and Jack Flaherty? I would have liked either one of those players.
Well, they were slow, low. They waited till 3 minutes before the deadline was up to do that one. Yeah, I don't even know why they need half these players. Is their depth that bad that they need to bring in those people? Especially Tommy Edman. Did they actually even really need that?
Well, they need it because they're trying to figure out who's going to play in the infield, because they've had a big time problem with that. That's why they went out and got Ahmed Rosario. I think they really want to put Mookie Betts back in the outfield and just leave him out there. The experiment of him at shortstop didn't work.
Yeah, but then they were good. But that's why I'm taken aback by these trades, because I'm on Rosario, I'm not, but these other ones are, because I always thought that they were going to put Mookie Betts at second when he came back. That's why I guess bringing Tommy Edman in kind of answers that question then.
Well, remember, Edman can play outfield as well. So
that's true.
They could. They love to mix and match, and I don't hate that idea, but I will say this. There's something to be said for teams that constantly move their players all over the lineup, like the Dodgers do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it gives you versatility, but I'll tell you something else that it does. I think it hurts your defense. If you don't have the same guy out there playing short and second, it messes up your double play rhythm. At the same token, it can mess up your bat, because a guy, now Mookie Betts, you don't have to worry about. Mookie Betts can roll out of bed and hit 300. You're not worried about Mookie Betts. But I'm talking about the rest of the players. You're so fixed on what the hell just happened in the field that you may have made a bad play that you're not focusing on your craft at the plate. So I think there's something to be said of knowing that you're playing second base every day and focus on your batting, knowing you're going to be in short, maybe you're going to be in outfield, but they love look, they've done it for years. They've got Chris Taylor, Mookie Betts obviously is an elite version, Tommy Edman now, Ahmed Rosario, they bring him back. He wasn't lights out for the Dodgers last year. He was terrible.
Yeah.
But they brought him back because Tampa was just trying to get rid of him. I know a lot of Braves fans wanted him, but once I saw that they made such the big deal that that they spent so much money as far as Atlanta's concerned on that one move with Soler, that's kind of it. And so,
the Reds are in the same. We got a outfielder, but the rest of everything else we did was just to kind of strengthen the bullpen, like the rest of the league has been doing all day. I think one of the bylines out of this whole trade line is how many bullpen players got traded today. Righty for a lefty for a righty, get another lefty, like Banks did with Philadelphia, going to Philadelphia. Every team has done that all day long, except for one team that did nothing today, and that's the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that they didn't do a damn thing.
No, I'm not even sure they're awake. I think they all went to bed early because nobody's awake in that front office.
I don't know if they're stuck with a bunch of guys because, guys say, okay, so a guy like Charlie Blackmon, who is being rumored, I don't know if they can move him because he's on that 5'10" range. So he's been in the league 10 years. He's been with the same team for 5 years. He can deny any trade. And if he wants to stay in Colorado, that dirty hippie looks like he would want to stay in Colorado, man.
I guess so. So there was no point in them showing up today. I guess we got his answer. But yeah, I meant to say this earlier. The other player that the Reds got for their bullpen, which actually he's played well in the bullpen this season, was Jacob Junis, was the other part of that trade with Milwaukee.
And the latest update on Mookie Betts is he is swinging a bat right now, but they still don't have a timeline for him.
They were guessing the last thing what's his name had said. They were looking like maybe about the second week in August. That was thought to be the earliest.
I would say they probably want to put him back in the outfield because that's the only reason why you go get Rosario and you go get Edman and you put him back in the outfield. Maybe you take a little stress off of him. And he played fine there, but he also, playing shortstop wears on you. It's a big difference between playing shortstop and playing where he's normally in right field. So that it really wears on you. I don't know if we'll see what happens with that, but and confuse the hell out of everybody. What are the Giants doing? So they get rid of Soler and whatnot, but then they're bringing in guys, but the guys they're bringing in aren't really moving the needle. I can't figure out what in the world the Giants are doing.
Well, always remember with Soler, what the Giants are basically they're trying to save their cash. All these deals are kind of like cash deals, just to get off the snide as far as money goes. Getting rid of Soler, I think that was partially that was a money saving move, and that's why you're bringing in cheaper kind of dollar store other players in. Yeah, they're just trying to save money right now. That's the way they came off.
Four Putt says Ozzy will get a huge contract after next year. Actually, he won't. He's locked up until 2027. After 2000, so 2028 is the earliest that he's going to. So Braves have him for another. Was it 4 years?
You're talking about all these? Yeah, he signed up for 27. Yeah, 28.
4 counting this one, but 3 after this one. They have 2 club options, and he probably will get a big deal, but he'll be 31 years old. And I know one thing: Nacho Alvarez ain't it? They got to do something. Jeez Louise. watching that guy. I just think they brought him up too early. He doesn't have any pop in his bat. I was kind of hoping they might move him in a deal and kind of reset it and start looking at, because he's not going to bring any more offense to the plate than what Arcia is. Everyone, all over Twitter and whatnot, we're all going, we got to get Nacho in there. He's doing this. There's a big difference between hitting in AAA and hitting in Major League Baseball. AAA is where the also rans are at. AA is where your studs are at nowadays.
Yeah.
And he was in a 3 with no pop, and everyone was all excited about it. He's not going to be a guy who's just going to get on. I'm really hoping Whit Merrifield can get off the can there and maybe, I don't know, platoon with Nacho until Ozzie, because Ozzie's not going to be back for another 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So that's a problem in itself.
Yeah, and I think with old Nacho there, I don't know what was seen as far as potential before, but I had noticed that one thing about him was, I know you have to have him up, but I think he's getting messed up by the fact that he belongs in AA. He doesn't really belong on your field. I mean, he has to be there. I understand that, but I think his playing time is screwed. He's way behind that curve. And I say that because many years ago, the Reds did the same thing to Jesse Winker, and Jesse Winker never really materialized anything. And I think we did a lot of damage. We brought him up way too soon as well. And that's why the Nacho thing reminds me of Winker. Winker just got away with it maybe a little bit longer, but
I was hoping that, I didn't think it was necessarily going to happen, but there were rumors that the Reds were looking to move Jonathan India, and he would have been a perfect fit for the Braves, because you could have put him at the top of the lineup. He could have played second base until Ozzie comes back. When Ozzie came back, you could put him in a number of different positions, and it would have solved so many problems. And they didn't go after him, or either that or the Reds weren't really.
No, the Reds clung on them too, because we're having problems with Marte. So I think the Reds wanted to hold on to their infielders.
I got to see firsthand live the whole Ellie De La Cruz experience. So I understand what you're coming from now, because offensively he's something else. Defensively, man, he's something else. He's a disaster.
Oh yeah,
it's one of those things. Can you put up with the terrible defense, because it's going to be outweighed by the incredible offense?
Yeah, he'll go out and give up 2 errors, but then he'll steal 4 bases and hit 2 home runs. So you're like, okay, I guess I'll take it. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, the boneheaded stuff he does at shortstop. I mean, if it was a perfect world, I would have already moved him from shortstop to maybe right or left field or something. But we just don't. The guy that was supposed to, we've got a prospect, Edwin Aurora, really good. He was supposed to come up this year, but he hurt his shoulder during spring training this year, and he's out for the year. That's what was supposed to happen this year for us. Aurora was supposed to come up, take over shortstop, and put Ellie in one of the outfields. It didn't matter, right, left, or center. It didn't matter, because I don't think he's a shortstop. He's just horrible at it. I hate it. I hate watching it.
4 Putts asking, he talked about this a little earlier, is asking about if Soler will be at the game tonight. They're not expecting Soler and Jackson until late tonight. There was a delay on their flight, and so they're expecting them to show up in town. So in other words, they should be ready to roll tomorrow. There's an outside chance that they could make it into the dugout or whatnot, but they would have to set their lineup and activate them. They're not going to do that because they can't count on them showing up. So there you have that. Let me see here. So I guess that's it as far as like all the big moves that were made. I kept expecting something else to trickle in. I kind of knew the Braves were done when they got the Soler deal, because once you start looking at the numbers, you're like, man, they're about to take on essentially, It was right. So the Jackson and Matzik contracts essentially canceled each other out. The big difference is Jackson is healthy right now. Matzik is not, and the Braves needed right-handed bullpen help so they can quit some guys like Jimmy Hergert out there to eat innings.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't want to wait for Matzik, who's probably not going to be back till September. And after that, I believe he's a free agent. I could be wrong on that. What the Giants are hoping to do, because the Giants have a really deep squad on the right-hand side, they're wanting to add left-handed bullpen help for the final stretch in September. So that's why that is. So their money is even, right? So yeah, Jackson has a $2 million buyout. I don't think they'll exercise, but we'll see what happens. With that being said, when you brought in Jackson's money and it kind of evened out with Matzik's money, really what they were taking on, and that's why the prospect that they sent to the Giants, I didn't know this. That kid was an ex-Giant, so they really liked the guy. Whatever. But Solaire's coming in. It was really a salary dump by the Giants. And it's a little shocking because they're a big market team. For people don't understand that, San Francisco is a big market. And for them to do a salary dump in the Braves, who are not a big market currently until they get a new television deal, that was a little shocking. I think that might be the biggest shocker of the entire trade. It may not be the best trade this big, but nobody had the Giants selling Soler because they didn't think they were giving up. And evidently they're not giving up. They're bringing guys in.
Yeah, they just want to win at a cheaper rate. So, no, but I was shocked too. I was surprised. Like I said, between Montas going and Soler going, those were, to me, are the two biggest moments of the trade deadline. And both make sense for everybody across the board too. I think everybody got what they wanted for that.
Yeah, I did too. They and it's going to make the Braves line up a lot deeper. It's going to show much more when Harris comes back and eventually Ozzie, because then you're talking about a really long lineup. Right now, the lineup is it's very top heavy. If you look at what they're doing tonight with the lineup, see, I was taking a quick look at it a second ago. That, like right now tonight, you got Kelnick back leading off. That hasn't changed. Riley, Ozuna, Olsen, Murphy, and then it starts with Eddie Rosario and just starts getting. Orlando Arcia is batting seventh tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Orlando Arcia is not batting seventh for many teams, so that just tells you something about.
Yeah, that's true.
They are. And I would suspect this is Laureano's very last game.
Oh yeah, the minute those two step on the field, he'll be on a plane somewhere else.
I thought maybe the reason why Orlando was batting high is maybe he had good numbers against Ross, who's getting the ball tonight, but he's 0 for 1. The only guy who's even seen this guy more than a few times is Ozuna is 3 for 12 and Riley's 0 for 5.
Yeah, but Ross is coming off an injury, so I don't think he's going to be 100%.
Joe Ross has been a guy. I got to tip a cap to him. He's made himself a career. He's never had elite stuff.
Yeah, that's very true. I like him too. I feel bad for him.
But all in all, like that was the biggest needle mover of the entire trade. And it just tells you that we didn't have a really exciting trade season. The biggest needle mover was the Soler back to Atlanta.
Yeah.
You can put the other two parts aside with whatever. But I'm a little surprised and relieved that Philadelphia didn't bring in. I thought Philadelphia was going to get a little more hot and heavy and get like a damn go after an elite starter or even possibly go after yet another bat. But they're a pretty stacked team. They did help out their bullpen. And
I tell you, I'll be honest with you. I think Philadelphia was going to, but thanks to Crochet's um, agent, him talked everybody out of touching. That's why Crochet wasn't moved today. Thanks to his agent talking about, well, if you're signing him, 2 years extension automatically, or don't bother talking to us.
Oh, Crochet. Yeah. Well, what they said was he was not going to pitch in October if they didn't have an extension.
Yeah.
And that they want to work on extension in the off season. I knew right then he ain't heading to Braves country, man.
No.
They have no idea that is, as far as Braves fans, when they start talking about wanting Crochet and whatnot, as soon as Anthopoulos got a whiff of that, he hung up all phones on Chicago.
Same thing in Philly too. I think Philly had more of an intention than you did.
Anybody who's a serious contender, because the only teams that would have made a move for him after hearing that is a team like Washington or something that knew they weren't going to make the playoffs. They didn't worry about it. We'll give him a decent contract and let's go. But that guy is injury prone, man. He has never put many innings together in his entire career. And he wants an extension because of 1 year.
He'll get shut down now. If he stays in Chicago, which evidently he's going to, he'll be shut down in a couple of weeks. They'll let him pitch the month of August, but by September, they're going to wrap him in bubble wrap.
The very, very beginning of September, but yeah, the last few weeks he'll be shut down.
Yeah.
I'm sure they have an innings number or a starts number once he hits that, because what they lose, 15 in a row now they've lost?
Yes.
That's brutal. That is brutal.
Good answer to a nicer team. I hate the way the White Sox are run and how they always go for your eye teeth. Every time you try to make a move for a player, how they try to take you for everything you're worth. As the Reds, we were supposed to have Dylan Cease, and then they changed up their mind. Basically, we had to give up our entire future if we wanted Dylan Cease. Bunch of gopher-faced merchants over there in White Sox land.
They have 27 wins.
Yep.
They would have to play 500 ball, which they won't, to get anywhere close to 60 wins.
Mm-hmm.
That team may not win 50.
I don't think they will.
That's absurd. And you got to dodge the bullets going into the game. Who the hell's going to a White Sox game, man? Jeez.
Growing up, I used to think the Montreal Expos back when I was a kid, they were bad. I'm telling you right now, these White Sox are worse than anything the Expos ever did back in the 70s and early 80s.
It's funny. Everybody wanted to clown the Oakland A's at the beginning of the year. I mean, the A's are right hanging in there with the Angels and the Blue Jays, and the White Sox are just, man, they are, God bless. Even the Rockies have 38 wins.
Yes.
Miami's got 39. I mean, 27 wins, and we're a day away for the end of July. What is your walk-off, sir? We got to jam out of here and get ready for first pitch.
Okay, just my quick walk-off. I just got this notice. Christian Walker's gone on the DL. I think it's funny they picked up Josh Bell for cash, so I guess Josh Bell is going to take that spot for at least the next month while Christian Walker's out.
Yeah, he had a pretty bad injury last night, didn't he?
Well, they did. They weren't sure, but they just announced that they put him on the 15 DL. So I thought maybe that's why they paid cash for Josh Bell, knowing that he got
injured. I didn't see what the injury was. I didn't see the actual injury, but I saw that he got injured. Which, man, that right there, I think that might sink the Arizona Diamondbacks because he's been carrying that team offensively.
Mm-hmm.
And give me a couple of predictions after this trade deadline, and then we'll walk away.
Okay.
All right. I'll start. I'll give you one prediction.
Okay.
I believe that St. Louis is going to implode. I think they shouldn't have gotten rid of Edman. I believe that Tommy Pham's not going to work well in that Cardinal culture, and I think that's going to crash the Cardinals. Give me your prediction.
My prediction is if the Reds do not make the playoffs and they keep playing like they do, David Bell will no longer be the manager. They're not going to fire him. They're going to promote him and put somebody else, but he will not be the manager of this team if this sloppiness and this just lack of wanting to play baseball continues.
And I will say that Atlanta is going to find a way to get in the playoffs. Not going to be easy, but we're going to find a way in. And your other two wild cards in the National League, man, the Mets. I was willing to bet against the Mets. They're hanging in there, but the team I'm most interested to see if they can make that run is Pittsburgh. I think Pittsburgh's got a real opportunity.
And Pittsburgh's put their chips in. They made a couple of little minor moves today.
I think we're going to see Atlanta, Pittsburgh, and San Diego.
And I agree with you.
That Tanner Scott move, everyone's going to sleep on that. That was a huge move.
Yes, it was.
What the hell was
Baltimore? I thought the Yankees were going to
go get him, but they let San Diego get him?
Yeah, I was surprised. But then again, they got Leiter Jr., so it wasn't that terrible for him. But yeah, that's going to pay dividends. We'll be talking about that again come postseason.
All right, brother. Well, great talking to you. We're going to step away, get ready for pitch by pitch, play by play. The Atlanta Braves start here in just a bit. We'll keep the same feed up. Get ready for Bryce Elder Day. Woohoo! It's going to be a high scoring one. I'm hoping that we have a few more runs in us tonight because God, 3 runs ain't going to get it done. All right, brother.
All righty.
Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. You're listening to Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Hey Braves Country, this is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go, and now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey Braves Country, I'm Mac Magee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
up, Braves Country? Looking forward to a great Atlanta Braves season. See y'all at the ballpark. Love
Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024. A is for Aaron, the Hammer and Hank, the real home run king. Take that to the bank. B is for Bobby. Cox never cowered. He'd give Blue quite an earful on his way to the showers. C is for Chipper. Don't call him Larry. He would show up in Shea, the Mets he would bury. D is for David. Justice he'd bring. A Game 6 solo brought Atlanta their ring. E is for Eddie Matthews. 512 bombs away. Lit skies from Boston to Milwaukee to the A. F is for Fred. McGriff dog-biting crime. A fire was lit the day he arrived. G is for Glavin. Southpaw winds and kicks. Changing speeds east and west. A gem in Game 6. H is for Harry and his brother George Wright. The father of baseball, Boston pennants in flight. I is for inning, ending double play. Riley to Ozzie to Olsen all day. J is for Jones. Andrew let her fly. And his gloves in center is where singles would die. K is for strikeouts. A plenty from Strider. The quads in the stash, getting swings from that slider. L is for Lopez. Javi to B-Mac. Travis and Smurf, we've been lucky to see that. M is for Mad Dog. He won 355. Could swat flies with the changeup and still bust you inside. N is for Necro. He got to the hall by bending and knuckling and floating that ball. O is for Otis. Old Nixon could fly. The catch at the wall baffled our eyes. P still for Peterson. We were all rocking pearls. With Eddie and Jorge, we were out of this world. Q is a quandary for why Dale is not in. Murphy MVPs again and again. R is for ranking. The top pitchers lore. Remember Kid Nichols, 107 WAR. S is for Smoltzy. The big three in the hall. When the game's on the line, you give John the ball. T is for Tyler. Matzik and the gift of 2021, the entire night shift. U is for Chavez, but we say Uncle Jesse. The frames, the release, kept the batters guessing. V is Van Weeren. Skip Carey 2. Don Ernie Joe, the tales from the booth. W is Warren. Spawn Johnny Sane. They'd ride him in Boston and then pray for rain. X is Mazzoni. Yeah, X marked the spot. Leo rocked next to Bobby, and his pitchers stayed hot. Why it makes us feel young, the game's main appeal. Chopping through the battery, there's no better feel. Z is for Zip Boom Bam, Ramalama Ding Dong. Throughout the summer, we sing that song. From AJ to eyeglasses and a hell of a pen. Mad Max, Uncle Charlie, win after win. A cannon from short, and RC you later. Acuna Matata, there is no one greater. Though you can't fit them all when you just A to Z. Think of your favorites in the rafters we see. I started with 3, then 10, 25, 47, 31, and of course 29. Let's not forget 21, 41, 35, the great 44, or 755, and old number 6, who led his great teams. The pennants were flying. It felt like a dream. From Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta's TBS, a family, a tradition, Braves Country's the best. Lineup for Braves Country by DM McGee, 2024.
can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
Baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park that's asymmetrical and quirky. But even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
In right field, the crowd is tormenting Strawberries, singing Darryl, Darryl. Little roller up along first, behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win.
And there's a fly ball deep to left. It's on its way. There it goes. And the Yankees are going to the World Series. Aaron Boone.
Ground ball stabbed by Folk. He has it. He underhands to first for the first time in 86 years. The Red Sox have won baseball world championship. Can you believe it?
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. But you can apply those same three criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
A little bouncer slowly toward Bryant. He will glove it in front of Rizzo. It's in time. And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series. Cubs win. What a lucky break. The good Lord wants the Cubs to win.
How can you be romantic about baseball?
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Braves fans are on their feet hoping for some kind of a bleeder or a seeing-eye single. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Fastball hit high and deep down the right field line. It's going back, back, back. Is it fair? Is it zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-lam, ding dong, a 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 1-1 lead. She's gone, baby!
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America you get in a ballpark. And it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Green. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe.
you're in Braves country.
If there's a bigger thing going on right now, I don't know what it is. We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars
Want a beer? It's 7 o'clock in the morning. Scotch?
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. You're listening live, and the scene is American Family Field in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off and playing center field for your Atlanta Braves, it's Jarred Kelenic. Kid Kelenic, 11 home runs, 32 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .235. Batting second, playing third, Austin Riley. 14 home runs, 42 RBI, batting .251. Batting third, your designated hitter, Marcell Ozuna. 31 home runs, 83 RBI, a .306 average. Batting cleanup and playing first, it's Matt Olson. 15 home runs, 48 RBI, batting .224. Sean Murphy is batting fifth behind home plate with 6 home runs, 13 RBI, a .210 average. Eddie Rosario is in left field and batting sixth. 10 home runs, 32 RBI, 8 stolen bases, batting .181. Batting seventh and playing short, Orlando Arcia. 9 home runs, 30 RBI, batting .221. Batting eighth and in right field, it's Ramon Laureano. 3 home runs, 10 RBI, 4 stolen bases, batting .183. And batting ninth and playing second, it's Nacho Alvarez. He's 2 for 26 on the year with a .077 average. On the mound for your Atlanta Braves, it's Bryce Elder. 1-4 with a 6.35 ERA and a 1.64 WHIP. 39 2/3 innings, 51 hits allowed, 33 strikeouts, 14 walks, and 6 home runs served. He'll be going head-to-head with Joe Ross. He's got a 4.5 ERA and a 2-4 record, 1.38 WHIP, 42 innings, 42 hits allowed, 35 strikeouts, 16 walks, 4 home runs served. Leading off for the Brewers in the bottom of the first inning, it's Bryce Terang. Playing second base with 6 home runs, 44 RBI, 32 stolen bases, batting .265. William Contreras is behind home plate and batting second. 11 home runs, 57 RBI, 5 stolen bases, batting .285. Bowers is at first and batting third. 8 homers, 35 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .222. Willie Adames is batting cleanup and playing short. 17 homers, 71 RBI, 12 stolen bases, batting .249. Jackson Chourio is in left field with 12 home runs, 44 RBI, 12 stolen bases, batting .262. Sal Frelick is in right field and batting sixth. 2 homers, 20 RBI, 14 stolen bases, batting .267. Rhys Hoskins, the designated hitter, has 18 home runs and batting seventh. 55 RBI, 2 stolen bases, .219 average. Mitchell is in center field, batting eighth. 1 home run, 4 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .273. Ortiz is at third and batting ninth. 7 homers, 32 RBI, 6 stolen bases, batting .248. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate tonight, it's Lance Barrett. First base will be manned by Mark Rippinger. Your second base umpire is James John. And down the third base line, it's Alfonso Marquez. Game time temperature here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, 84 degrees at first pitch. Your Atlanta Braves come in 7 games over 500, 26-28 on the road. The Brewers are 61-45, 31-19 at home. The Milwaukee Brewers are minus 115 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Brewers Game 2 of a 3-game set. We've got the old man elder emoji kicking in the chat for you Country Club members as we await the arrivals of the newly found Braves at the trade deadline. We got to try to gut it out one more night without those guys on our side. Warm up your chop arms, Country Club, and Braves Country, get your game face on. We'd like to thank all the Country Club members for helping support the channel. Please become a Country Club member today. And if you haven't already, smash that like and subscribe to Braves Country Radio.
Now, who here at this table can honestly say that they played any finer or felt any better than they did? You were the backbone, the nerve center of a great band. You can make that live, breathe, and jump again.
We're putting the band back together.
Good evening, Braves Country.
Get this bus moving.
Stop. Come back.
Too late.
Roll call! Yeah! Roll call!
You're in Braves country.
Brian, that was perfect time. I can't keep. I put it on the screen of what I'm laughing about. Brian says, how come no one ever picks Nacho? Welcome in, Braves Country. Here on a great night, Braves Country. We get Jorge Soler back by tomorrow if everything goes well. They're expecting him back in Milwaukee tonight. Let's go ahead and say hi to everyone in Braves Country. Country Club members, we've got Brian, Willis Mathis. What you talking about, Willis? Brian Andrews, Charlie Pittman. I see Gary the Real McCoy. I see. Man, this is a long one to scroll through, so bear with me. I might have to do this just in order, not in Country Club like I normally do. Good evening, Four Putt, John, Carey. Good evening. Grandma King, Mark Ricardo, Lucy, he's on. And I think I said hello to Brian Andrews. Margaret, good to see you. Caesar the Great, good to see you. If I missed anybody, jump in the chat. That was a lot to scroll through as we did the trade reaction show. If you missed it, you want to watch it later, you just go to the beginning of the video as we reacted to the trade. Look, I believe the Atlanta Braves made a significant move. We'll see how it plays out. Oh, Brian, I thought I said you, Brian Andrews. My bad. Good evening, Brian. I know some people are going to be skeptical on it. But I do believe that when it's all said and done, it's a pretty good move by Atlanta. And I don't think that we're going to be looking at this as something that's not nothing. The power and the on-base percentage that Jorge Soler, now granted, he's got to stay healthy. And he's got to continue to hit like he said over the last 6 weeks. But at least they tried. At least they gave you something. I think there were people out there on Twitter, because I was reading through some stuff during the break as I was getting ready here, that were under the impression the Braves are going to make like 9 moves. You can't do that. There's only so many moves you can make. Atlanta Braves are going to be wearing their road grays with Atlanta across the chest in red, outlined in navy ball caps with the classic white A on the front. Brewers in an off-white with Brewers across the chest, blue ball caps. And the first pitch on the way. Yes, sir. It is baseball time in Braves country. Jared Kelenic fouls off the first pitch. Out and away, it's 0-1. Kelenic, we all know he's been slumping, batting .235 now. The 0-1 righty-lefty matchup swung on. That ball is laced towards left field. Drifting over, making the easy catch is Churio. One away. So one down. Ross. We've seen Joe Ross before. You remember he used to pitch for the Nationals. He's kind of been all over the place, but that's where you would most know him from. Right-hander now to face Austin Riley. First pitch on the way. Swung on, fouled straight back. It's 0-1. It's why I was a little surprised that we didn't have more at-bats against Ross. But I guess a lot of those guys that faced him back then or elsewhere, in the Dansby Swansons and Freddie Freeman's in the world. Of course, you got Acuna and Ozzie on the shelf. The 0-1 to Riley. Swung on. That ball is drilled into center field. That's going to get down for a base hit. And Austin Riley gets on, one out. Maybe Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson will bring a much better celebration. I don't hate the celebration, but it's kind of a dud. I want something like the chop. It ain't got to be the chop, but do something. Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate. First pitch on the way to Marcell is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Brewers nothing. Top of the first inning. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Right down the pipe for a strike. 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Marcell Ozuna standing in 31 home runs. The 0-2. Kicks and fires. Caught, looking strike 3. Frozen with the up top cheese, 2 away. Marcell wants to argue, but definitely too close to take. It looked like it was right there in the zone. Good call by home plate umpire Lance Barrett. Marcell just got to get the bat off his shoulder. So 2 down, and here comes Matt Olson. Olson stands in, batting .224, the first pitch. Slider across the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing. Slices the sinker. Fouled back straight. It's 0-2. So an 0-2 count. Olson, 15 home runs, 48 RBI. Started to swing the bat a little better here recently. Hopefully he can continue that. The 0-2 to Matty. Ross brings it. Swung on, slice foul down the line. We'll do it again. Same two teams back at it tomorrow. It's a 2:10 first pitch. The 0-2. Lets her go. Swing. That ball sliced back foul. Do it again. The 0-2 from Ross. He comes set. Runner at first, 2 outs, the pitch. Swing! That ball's hammered down the right field line, but foul. Just before it hit the right field corner, went into the seats. We'll do it again, 0-2. Braves nothing, Brewers nothing. Top of the first inning. Just getting going here in game 2 of a 3-game set. The 0-2 pitch. Swing. That ball's hammered into right field. Coming in, making the running catch is Sal Frelick, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves get one on, but can't do nothing with it. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Drink a whole lot of whiskey, chase a lot of women, and become a legend and die. Hard work does not guarantee success. It doesn't, and it never will. But it absolutely will put you in the best position to be able to achieve it. And I think that's one thing that we've seen throughout the course of this season. We got some remarkable men that are sitting here in front of me. And the work you put in, the decision that you made, just to say yes. Because you know what? It's really easy when things don't go well, right? And you're hurt, right? And you're angry, and you're sad. The easiest thing to do is to pull back and stop. That's what the world wants you to do. You deserve better than that. So I apologize to you. For you guys that are playing your last game, you had a season that will be remembered forever. And I respect the hell out of who you are for being in here today, for stepping on that field and going and giving everything. You have my respect.
Be nice to him when he gets here.
I will.
Just because he doesn't like football,
He doesn't like football.
I've told you this already.
He doesn't like it at all.
No.
What does he do over a weekend?
Well, we do things like read books and go for walks and spend time together.
I don't think you should be seeing this guy.
Why not?
I don't trust him.
The world doesn't revolve around football, Dad.
It does. I still don't understand what he does over a weekend.
Well, this weekend we're going shopping.
No.
Baseball is a red-blooded sport for red-blooded men. It's no pink tea, and mollycoddles had better stay out. It's a struggle for supremacy, a survival of the fittest.
Ty Cobb liked sentimentality in his opponents because he had none himself. Baseball, he said, is something like a war.
Ty Cobb is one of the great natural forces of baseball. Testament to how far you can get simply through will. I don't think Ty Cobb had tremendous natural ability. I don't think he would be a great athlete today, but his intensity, his drive was unparalleled. Cobb was pursued by demons, and he took out all of his aggressions on the playing field. Everyone was his enemy.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Bryce Strang, the leadoff hitter from Bryce Elder. It's fouled straight back. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Up high, misses 1-1. The 1-1 swing, slices it foul. 1-2. They are, if you're just joining us, they're expecting Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson to arrive sometime tonight. They had a delay on their flight, or Soler may be in the lineup tonight. The 1-2. God, looking strike 3. Froze him. One away. Good pitch. I was looking at Bryce Elder's numbers, and strangely enough, all year long, he's had a good outing, he's had a bad outing. He's had a good outing, he's had a bad outing. His last outing was bad, so I hope for a good one tonight. First pitch on the way, swung on, sliced into right field. Going back, making the catches, Adam Duvall in the corner. 2 away. Kind of disappeared from your picture if you're following along at home, but he did make the catch. Two down. Bowers comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. Down and in. Sinker misses. 1-0. Speaking of Bowers, I guess they're just never going to let old Trevor Bowers back in the league. The 1-0. Swung on. Chop foul. It's the only way that could have been a little more exciting and on the trade deadline is they also, if they were to flash up that we signed him as well. The 1-1. Kicks and fires, swing and a miss. Slide, a good slide. That's a snapping slider. When he's got that one working, that's actually a pretty good one. Sometimes he has that flat slider, and guys tend to hammer it. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Pulled the string on that one, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. The big Texan is rolling. We'll grab the bats. Top of the second.
Well, you know I love my family. It's just sometimes I want to get in the car and run them all over.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. You might know MC Hammer as the rapper who made You Can't Touch This. As a teenager, he was a bat boy for the Oakland Athletics, and Reggie Jackson gave him the nickname Hammer. Jackson thought MC Hammer looked like Hank Aaron, whose nickname was Hammer and Hank. The Yankees currently have a no beards policy, but the Cincinnati Reds actually had a similar policy for around 30 years. In the late 1960s, general manager Bob Howsam enforced a no facial hair policy in order to give the Reds a presentable look. But the policy ended in 1999 when the Reds traded for Greg Vaughn.
It's the 21st century, and there are just so many fun and exciting ways to lose your money. So many ways to make your life even more interesting with crippling financial burdens. Why not one more way? New in Canada, it's Solitaire, MMORPG. Play with yourself, online. See other people playing with themselves, online. Poverty Poker Online, now offering Solitaire. A new way to lose all your money, even your home, from the comfort of your own home.
He was born on a Georgia farm in 1886 and named Tyrus after the ancient city of Tyre that stubbornly refused to surrender to Alexander the Great. His father was distant, demanding, and nothing young Tyrus could do ever seemed to satisfy him. The tense, skinny boy took out his anger on the diamond. He left home at 17 to play in the minors in Alabama and Tennessee. His father warned him, "Don't come home a failure." That admonition, Cobb recalled, put more determination in me than he ever knew. My overwhelming need was to prove myself as a man.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way. It's a strike right there on the outer cut. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Comes set, kicks and fires. Swing, chops it down the third base line. Good play by Ortiz. Had to charge in to grab it. He'll get Murphy by a mile, 1 down. That'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Rosario batting 181. Be interesting to see who they kick to the curb tomorrow. My guess is they send Nacho down if Merrifield is ready to roll. The slider down and in. 1-0. If he's not ready to roll, which at this point, like, why didn't you put him on the IL? Third time they've done that this year with the player. The 1-0. Swung on, lifted high. Not very deep into left field. Lazy fly ball making the catch is Churio quickly 2 away. Two down. Orlando Arcia comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. Right there, first strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Swing. Slice right back up the middle. Backhanded by Terang. Fires it over to first, and that'll end the inning. Hard hit ball by Arcia, though. That's showing some good signs. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the second we go.
They say when you can't sleep at night, it's because you're awake in someone else's dreams. When I find out who you are, I'm going to punch you in the face.
While warming up for a game in 1983, Yankees player Dave Winfield accidentally hit a bird with a ball. After the game, he was actually taken to a local police station and charged with animal cruelty. Fortunately for Winfield, charges were quickly dropped. In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
G'day. Hi, it's Dean, calling from Cyprus.
Buongiorno, Dino.
My mate wants me to rub sun cream on his back.
Holy dooly. A delicate matter, but a burnt wingman is useless. So there are rules.
Okay.
Only put cream where he can't reach. Between his shoulder blades. The safe zone.
Like anything else?
Whack it on thick, mate. Last thing you want to do is a second coach. And remember, Dino, the following things are not permitted. Eye contact. Scented candles. Power balance. And do not apply if he's wearing budgie smugglers. Are we all clear?
Crystal. Cheers, fellas.
No dramas.
Armchair.
Sale to a major league team seemed only weeks away. A sure sign of the success with which he hoped to win his father's favor. Then Cobb got a telegram. His father was dead, shotgunned. Cobb's own mother had shot him. Her husband thought she was having an affair, and when he tried to slip into her bedroom window at night to trap her with her lover, she shot him twice. Later, she said, she had mistaken him for a prowler. My father had his head blown off when I was 18 years old by a member of my own family, Cobb told a writer when he was an old man. I didn't get over that. I've never gotten over it. 3 weeks after his father was killed, on August 30th, 1905, Ty Cobb played his first game for the Detroit Tigers.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Elder is a sinker, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Righty-righty matchup. Willie Adames has been red hot. Takes a hack at the slider, about letter high, fouls it back. It's 1-1. 1-1 count. Pitch on the way, swing and a miss. Chase that nasty dipping slider, tailing out of the zone. 1-2. He's really got some good movement on that one tonight. Willie Adames batting .249, but don't let that fool you. He can absolutely bring it. The 1-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. Elder, so far so good, 1 away. Elder came in with the high sinker up there. It's not typically where he wants to be putting the ball, but he got away with it. He's going to have to get that down a little bit if he's going to make his way through the next several innings. The first pitch on the way to Churio is swung on and miss. Snapping slider, about knee high. It's 0-1. The 0-1 swung on, chopped foul off his instep. That's the sinker. That's where he wants it. 92 miles an hour, just under the hands on the inside to the right-hander. 0-2. The 0-2, way outside wide, slider misses. Tried to get him to chase, but that one was well in the dirt on the outer edge. The 1-2. Elder, 17th pitch of the night. Swung on, chopped back behind. A comebacker to the mound, backhanded by Elder with his glove, flips it to Olsen. Wow, what a play to away. That deserves an ovation. That's either going to turn out really well or it's going to be a disaster because it's going to go off your glove and dribble away, and Churio's going to end up with an infield single. If he lets it go through, Nacho would have had it with relative ease. But he pulled off the play. First pitch on the way is a sinker at the knees. Good pitch to Mitchell. It's 0-1. I'm sorry, Frelick. They've changed the lineup. The 0-1 right there, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Kicks and fires, swung on that ball, hit hard on the ground, but right to Nacho. Nacho fires it to Olsen. Frelick busting it down the line, but we'll beat him out by about a step. 3 up, 3 down, 6 up, 6 down. Back in a flash, top of the third we go.
I do in fact around and find out. I have in fact learned every lesson the hard way.
Movie theaters are failing because literally no one goes and sees movies anymore. And I think there's a few reasons for this. I think, number one, no one makes good movies anymore. Number two, it's so damn expensive. And number three, you can just watch the movie on Amazon or Hulu or Netflix in like a week. But I think I have the greatest solution ever for movie theaters. Bro, these movie theaters need to start showing live sports games. Could you imagine if a movie theater played March Madness basketball games? Number one, the screens are massive, so you can play like 4 different college basketball games all at the same time on the same screen. Number two, they already have everything a sports fan will want. They have beer and they have food. And could you imagine if they made like all-day passes for March Madness? Like $20 to get in, it's $10 beer pitchers, and then you could like rotate through the different movie theaters and watch all of the different games. Like, it would be so sick, and they would make so much money from doing that.
David Ortiz was actually sued by Jay-Z in 2010. Ortiz had opened up a nightclub in the Dominican Republic called 4040, which Jay-Z thought was too similar to his nightclubs, named the 4040 Club. Ortiz and Jay-Z reached an agreement, and the trademark infringement lawsuit was settled out of court.
I think baseball is a great support to people who have emotional voids, gaps, emotional difficulties. That is to say, all of us. Those parts of us that don't function well, those parts of us that are sad or depressed, not every day. They can really use baseball. It isn't just the child in a wheelchair or the shut-in senior citizen listening to the radio that needs the game. There's part of us, part of everybody who's a baseball fan, that needs the game at that level.
Your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way to Laureano is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Braves nothing, Milwaukee nothing. Top of the third. The 0-1 to Laureano, down and away, 1-1. 1-1 count. Comes set, kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Nasty slider diving away. The 1-2. Ross at 22 pitches here as we start the third inning. Standing on deck is Nacho in the hole, Kelnick. The 1-2. Caught looking strike three, Laureano. He can take that extra time to pack his bags. He's probably the guy who's going to get released, one away. You got to think of some of the dopey things he's done. And he did make a couple of good plays. So it was not all for nothing, but Laureano, I think we knew when we grabbed him he was going to be a short timer. Nacho Alvarez comes to the plate. First pitch on the way. Up top, first strike, it's 0-1. The interesting move will be if Whit Merrifield is good to go, I would think Nacho goes back down to the minors. The 0-1. Slice foul into the Brewers dugout on the first base side, 0-2. If he's not good to go, then they will probably send Luke Williams down. They could do that and add Soler, and then you don't have to rock the boat. The 0-2. In the dirt, 1-2. 1-2 count. Righty. Pitch on the way to Nacho. Swing. That ball is sliced into right field. Holy cow. He does have base hits in him. Nacho. He don't get on very often, so we'll go ahead and play it.
Whoa. Hey, check it out. What? Look. That guy.
Get me some nachos.
It is a sign. A sign. It needs nachos to help me score.
Pitch is on the outer edge, and he just sliced it just past the diving Bryce Terang at second base. 1 on, 1 out. First pitch on the way to Kelnick is inside. Contreras fakes like he's going to throw down to first. Holds on to the ball. It's 1-0. Kelnick flew out his first time up. 1-0. They said today that they expected Wilt Merrifield to be ready to roll in the next couple of days. So a lot of that comes down to, I think what they would like to do is put Whit Merrifield and maybe sometimes Luke Williams at second. They may even bring someone else up to put on the bench. you would send Nacho to get regular at bats down on the farm. You know, the other thing is that no one's been talking about, and you do wonder if it comes into play this year. David Fletcher continues to pitch well. The 1-0 right there down the pipe, 1-1. I think if nothing else, we may see him in September when the rosters expand. But he is a weapon that you could use off the bench in the playoffs who could also spell in a relief arm. The 1-1 sliced foul out of play, 1-2. And I know it's a goofy thought, but if you can have a guy that can come in, pinch run, play the infield, plays good defense, doesn't have much of a stick anymore, but he can also second as a knuckleball pitcher that could come in to eat some innings if a starter gets in a jam. That's a heck of an extra weapon. The 1-2 in the dirt, sinker misses. 2-2. You can't drag your feet too long. It's not like David Fletcher's a spring chicken. I mean, he's in his mid-30s, so if you're going to do it, you might as well do it now. The 2-2, swing, slices foul, four-seam fastball, 95 miles an hour into the crowd. We'll do it again. Jared Kelenic really been scuffling. Batting .038 in his last 7 games, .054 in his last 15, and .172 in the last 30. The 2-2, swing, chops it foul. So a 2-2 count. Ross comes set. 34th pitch of the evening. He brings it. Swung on, that ball's hit hard down the right field line. That's going to ricochet and into the field of play. And your Atlanta Braves. It'll turn into a double after rattle around like a pinball. Hard hit ball by Kelenic. He laced it just past the diving glove of Bowers at first. And the weird carom that came off the wall shot out into the middle of right field. So Frelick was given a chase to it down the line and then realized he had to change his route, slam on the brakes, because he thought the ball was heading towards the corner. So we got runners at second and third, 1 out. Let's go Braves country. Here comes Austin Riley, righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way to the rake. Right down the pipe, 96 miles an hour. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Luke Jackson and Jorge Soler, by the way, have already been added to the 40-man roster. The 0-1, down and away, 1-1. I thought they would wait on that until they officially got to the stadium or got eligible, but they've already added them to the 40-man roster, which is interesting. They didn't have to do that until they came on tomorrow. The 1-1, swing, that ball sliced into right field. That's through for a base hit, and the rake comes through with a RBI single. They hold Kelenic at third. Man, could we have made some kind of trade to send Brian Snicker out to L.A. for Ron Washington, and maybe they throw in Ren Gifo and we'll give him a prospect? That's the trade I would have liked to have seen. Or just give us Ron Washington in general to play third base coach, because Tui just never sends anybody. I don't think there's any way. Yeah, there's no way they're going to get him on that play. Kelnic's got blazing speed. He slammed the brakes on him quickly. It was a pretty good throw, but he was never going to make that play. And if he would have reared back to try to tag him, Riley might have taken second. Instead, double play is in order. But the Braves do lead it 1-0. Marcell Ozuna stands in. Fly ball would score one with these. First pitch on the way, 94 outside wide. Almost threw it past him. It's 1-0. We almost got gifted a run. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swing, pops it up. High in the sky. Back behind home plate. It will fade into the seats, thankfully. 1-1. The 1-1. Ozuna standing in, waiting for Ross's 40th pitch of the night. Outside, down and away. 2-1. Lance Barrett, your home plate umpire tonight. He calls normally a pretty tight box. He normally doesn't give the leeway that Marquez gave last night. The 2-1 swung on, slice foul, back out of play. 2-2. Tampa Bay now leads Miami 6-3. Miami absolutely sold off their entire team. They got like a single A team out there playing tonight. That's who we get on Thursday. The 2-2 to Ozuna. Swing! That ball's chopped foul down the line. We'll do it again. All the moves the Marlins made, I mean, anything less than 3 or 4 games at home against the Marlins is going to be disappointing this weekend. Do not want to split that series. They traded off, it was either 6 or 7 guys today. The 2-2. Swing, that ball sliced into right field. That will get through for a base hit. That'll get the second run home, and your Atlanta Braves have taken a 2-0 lead. Station to station baseball. Riley will stop at second. That was a hard hit ball. Not much of a chance of him going corner to corner. Whack! Bap! It's 2-0. The 2 on, 1 out, and here comes Matt Olson. Time to get him going in the hit parade. Olson's 0 for 1. Second time seeing Ross through the lineup here. First pitch is high and inside. It's 1-0. Olson batting .224 with 15 home runs, 48 RBI. The 1-0. Outside wide 2-0. So once again, and I'm sure Elder's taking note, but Lance Barrett, as I talked about earlier, he is calling a very tight zone. So probably you're talking about a high-scoring game if these pitchers can't paint the corners. The 2-0. Swing! That ball sliced back foul. 2-1. Unless you're under a rock, I'm sure you already know, Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson coming over to Atlanta. Tyler Matzik is heading to San Francisco. Tyler Matzik is a free agent at the end of this year. There's a club option, but not likely to be picked up. The 2-1. Swung on, bang foul to the first base side. Knocks off the dugout of the Brewers. 2-2. It's a 5.5 club option for 2025, and he's been so injury prone. I just don't see him getting that option picked up. So the Braves could sign him in the offseason. The 2-2 to Olson. Kicks and fires. Swing. Slices it back foul. We'll do it again. Braves 2, Brewers nothing. I'm going to see if I can find it real quick. His wife put a pretty cool post Here it is. Lauren Matzik, which pretty funny, by the way. If you go to her Twitter feed, it just says, "I'm just here to troll my husband." The 2-2 to Olsen, down below the knees, ball 3-3-2. Close pitch, but he's been calling a tight zone. So Lauren Matzik, this happened right after the trade, about 1 a.m. last night. If you missed it, most of everybody was asleep. 1 a.m., somewhere in that neighborhood last night, she said, "Braves country, I literally have no words. The Braves took a chance on Tyler Matzik in 2019 when they signed him out of Indy ball." The payoff pitch to Olsen, kicks and fires in the dirt, ball 4. So we got bases juice, 1 out, and the Smurf coming to the plate. She went on to say, we'll be back up to the Braves took a chance on Tyler Matzik in 2019 when they signed him out of Indy ball, and the rest is history. The Braves organization truly felt like home. I'm forever grateful for the fans and forever friends that I've made in Atlanta. Chop on. So that was a pretty cool post by her. Yeah, her Twitter feed literally says, "I'm just here to troll my husband, Tyler Matzik." And if you've ever followed Tyler Matzik on social media, he's pretty funny. Notice he has not posted anything this year. First pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is swung on and missed. It's 0-1. Well, when he was in his heyday and pitching well for the Atlanta Braves, that was a go-to Twitter account. He always had something to say that was usually pretty funny. I never will forget him dragging LeBron James. The 0-1 swung on, foul back 0-2. Biggest thing here for Murphy is don't hit into a double play. Do not hit a ground ball. Hit something either up, or as they used to say, strike out to keep the rally going. Do not hit into a double play. You'd love to see him get a fly ball here, get the runner home. Bases loaded, 1 out. The 0-2 from Ross. Kicks and fires, caught looking, strike 3. Well, like I said, do not. I will tell John here in 1 second on the LeBron James thing. He got caught. I mean, that was a nice pitch. 95 on the black. And once again, can we get Seitzer to put a charge into these guys and say, hey, do not take that pitch if it's right there on the plate. You're not Tony Gwynn. They're not giving you the call. First pitch on the way to Eddie is inside, almost gets him. It's 0-1. 1-0, excuse me. So the LeBron James thing, this was back. So if you remember, the Braves won the World Series in 2021. And they had the parade and everything, and it was legendary. And in as the 1-0, swung on, hammered, foul down the right field line. Plenty foul, 1-1. So during this time period, the Lakers won a championship in the bubble in 2020 during the pandemic. And then the Rams, after the 2021 calendar year, so the January or February of 2022 is the 1-1, swing and a miss, strike, 1-2. The Rams had won the Super Bowl. And during that time period, I'm trying to remember who the other professional team was. Oh, the Dodgers had won the bubble World Series in 2020, the 1-2. Swing, that ball sliced into right field. That's going to get down for a base hit. It gets down where the green grass grows. 1 run will score, it's 3-0. 2 runs will score, it's 4-0. And your Atlanta Braves taking it to Joe Ross and the Brew Crew here in the top of the 3rd. See, you make a trade for Jorge Soler. He doesn't even have to be in the lineup. The Braves bats come alive. So if you picture all that, you've got the Dodgers who won the 2020 World Championship, but it was a bubble ship, right? And that was really the reason why Matzik made the comment. But you had the Lakers that did the same thing. When in February 2022, when the Rams won the Super Bowl, COVID restrictions were coming off in California. As the first pitch on the way to RC is right there on the paint, it's 0-1. So LeBron James quote tweeted the Rams winning the Super Bowl and said, we should all get together, tagging the Lakers, the Dodgers, and the Rams, and said have a championship parade for all three of us since we never got to get one. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. Fastball up top 0-2. So let me get this out before the inning ends. Tyler Matzik quote tweets it and says, they don't give parades for bubble ships. And everyone went boom. It was really meant for the Dodgers because of the rivalry the Braves and Dodgers had created at that time period. But he dragged LeBron in the tweet, and I mean, that thing went viral. The 0-2. Way outside, wide, 1-2. Runners at the corners, 2 outs. Braves lead at 4-0. Orlando Arcia, who's 0 for 1, but the 0 for 1, he hit that ball hard. The 1-2. Outside wide, good take, slider misses, 2-2. That's the pitch last night. That's the call last night that home plate umpire Alfonso Marquez was calling, ringing up strike after strike after strike, which was absurd. And Lance Barrett's calling it the letter of the law. So we can't complain later when we don't get those calls. We just got to take advantage now. The 2-2. Swing. That ball's hit hard over to third. That's going to be an easy 5-4 putout to end the inning. But out for your Atlanta Braves. Put 4 on the board. We head to the bottom of the third. 4-0 Atlanta.
Got the results today from my doctor. He said I was a beast.
No, he said you were obese.
How do I permanently erase you from my feed? I don't know, dude. I only know how to get on the For You page a lot, and also a bunch. But I would just assume, probably like you did, comment a whole bunch. That way TikTok knows that you don't like it, and you don't see me anymore. You probably also want to share, favorite, follow, these sorts of things. That way you never have to see me again.
On June 11th, 1938, Johnny Vandermeer threw a no-hitter against the Boston Bees. Just 4 days later, Vandermeer threw a second no-hitter, this time against the Dodgers. To this day, Vandermeer is still the only player in baseball history to throw 2 straight no-hitters.
When there's a shooting in the lobby of your apartment building, call management the next day and renew your lease. Be a man.
I'll level with you. I was playing poker with the guys. I lost $12 and knowing the way you feel about gambling. See, I was ashamed to tell you.
Where was you?
Now, just let me say this to you, that this whole evening is going to run a lot smoother if you just believe everything I say and then forget about it now. Come on, let's go to bed, huh?
Next to Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, the name of A.G. Spaulding is the most famous in American literature. It has been blazing forth on the cover of guides to all sorts of sports, upon bats and gloves for many years. Young America gets its knowledge of the past in the world of athletics from something that has Al Spaulding on it in big black letters. And for that reason, as much as any other, he is one of the national figures of our time. Boston Herald.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Bryce Elder comes back on for a third inning of work. So far, so good for the Texas right-hander. 4-0 your score, Atlanta. Bottom of the third. First pitch from Elder. Sinker up top, misses. It's 1-0. So needless to say, that story I just told, that's why Tyler Matzik will always be one of my favorite athletes ever. The 1-0, right there at the knees for a strike, 1-1. You got to realize he did this in the middle of LeBron pulling all the stunts that he was pulling on social media. Is the 1-1 inside 2-1. I think LeBron thought he was untouchable. That no one would mess with him. The 2-1. Swing, slices foul, 2-2. And I'm not talking about fans. I'm talking about people who are actually playing sports. I never saw anyone drag him before. And when that happened, it opened the floodgates. The 2-2 from Elder. Way high out of the zone, 3-2. Braves 4, Brewers nothing, bottom of the third. This is the 26th pitch from Bryce. Swing, fouls it straight back. He's getting a lot of his pitches a little high. You'd like to see him get them down a little bit. The Yankees have taken a 5-4 lead over Philadelphia, by the way. Garrett Cole was scratched today from that start. The payoff pitch, swung on, pops it up. Can of corn in very shallow right field over by the foul line. Olsen makes the grab. One away. One down. That'll bring up first pitch on the way is a slider that misses up top. It's 1-0. Garrett Mitchell, the center fielder from the left-hand side of the dish. The 1-0 swing and a miss. 1-1. 1-1 count. Braves 4, Milwaukee nothing. The 1-1 swung on. That ball's laced into right field. Going back, trying to make a leap and catches Laureano. He'll barehand the carom off the wall, fire it over to second. Wild throw, but a good catch by Arcia. It's a 1-out double for the Brewers. Man, he's just a gunslinger out there. Laureano. He just plays in his own world. That throw he made, it was a good play by Arcia to keep it from getting away, but that was almost another one that was going to head towards the dugout again. He's got a cannon for an arm, but it's not very accurate. The throw he made against the Mets was outstanding, and it realistically led to that blowout win, but man. First pitch on the way to Ortiz is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 kicks and fires. Slider right there at the knees. 1-1. So my hope is when he hits free agency next year, the Braves find a way to bring Matzek back. The 1-1 right there. Another slider at the knees. Kissing the black 1-2. He should be fairly, I hate to say this, but I'm pulling for him to not do well so that he's cheaper and the Braves bring him back for 2025. The 1-2 inside. Did he go around? My God, strike 3. That was a strange at bat. Ortiz strikes out. Guess there's a reason why he's batting number 9. That was weird. He kind of was trying to hook it. I think it was one of those things where the last second he couldn't stop his swing, so he was just hoping to get a piece of it. But if he makes contact with that thing's not doing anything. Back to the top of the order. First pitch on the way to Terang. He'll slap it over to second. Nacho kicks it around, but he'll get the carom, flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So they get a double. We erase it. Laureano, Alvarez, and Kelnick coming to the plate.
In 1970, the Cardinals signed a catcher out of high school named Randy Poffo. He played in the minors for the Cardinals and the Reds for 4 years before quitting baseball. He instead pursued professional wrestling, where he became the legendary Macho Man Randy Savage.
I can tell you my grandma had 4 babies at once.
4 at once?
Yeah, they called them quadruplets. Yeah, and the doctor come up there to deliver the babies, and he had my grandpappy holding the lantern, and he said, "Come the baby," and the baby come out, and then he held up the lantern. He said, "Hold up that lantern again. I think there's another." Sure enough, another baby come out. He said, "Hold that lantern up." I said, "I think there's another." And grandpappy held it up, and there comes another. The 4th baby started to come. He said, "Hold that lantern up." Grandpappy said, "No, I think it's the light that's attracting them."
I'm a Sagittarius, which
probably tells you way more than you need to know.
Yes, it tells us that you participate in the mass cultural delusion that the sun's apparent position relative to arbitrarily defined constellations at the time of your birth somehow affects your personality.
Albert Goodwill Spaulding, the sporting goods king, could look back on a long career in baseball. First, as a superb pitcher, then as a ruthless club owner, finally as the man who had made the game big business. But he still had one more service to perform. He was determined to prove that baseball was an exclusively American invention, the brainchild of some ingenious American lad. He appointed a commission to prove it, but 2 years of research turned up almost nothing. Then, in 1905, a letter arrived from a frail old man who claimed that General Abner Doubleday had invented baseball as a boy in Cooperstown, New York, one afternoon in 1839. It wasn't true, but it was just what Spaulding had been looking. It proved, he said, that baseball truly was the national game, played by Americans, watched by Americans, now invented by an American.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0. We grabbed the bats here in the top of the fourth. Ramon Laureano will lead us off. He's 0 for 1. Struck out looking his first time up. Righty-righty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Lets her go inside, misses. 1-0. Ross sitting at 63 pitches. The 1-0. Right there at the knees for a strike, 1-1. 1-1 count. Slider, sinker, four-seam change, and curve. That's what you get from Ross. The 1-1. Swung on, chopper just over the mound. Terang, he's going to boot that, and it's going to be probably an error, but we'll wait for the scoring. Any way you look at it, we got one on, nobody out. It's going to be a tough play. I think he probably gets Laureano if he scoops it, but it's not what you would consider a traditional assumed play, and that's what the definition for an error would cost, but we'll see how they score it. First pitch on the way, the sinker up top for a strike. It's 0-1. As of right now, they have not put an error on the board that gave it an infield single, so that'll help Laureano's stats. The 0-1 to Nacho, way outside, wide in the dirt. Good block by Contreras. 1-1. Man, Jazz Chisholm's really tearing it up, huh? Says Jazz is 2 for 4, 2 home runs, 5 RBI. The 1-1. Ross comes set, kicks and fires. Fouls it. They were showing bunt. Nacho pulled the bunt back. Ramon Laureano was going. I do wonder if there was a play on of Ramon Laureano just taking off like because he think he saw one like he did the other night. The 1-2. Lets her go. Swung on, dribbled up towards short. It's going to be an easy 6-3 putout. Ramon Laureano out once again. 2 away. Two down. That'll bring the top of the lineup up. Jared Kelenic, who doubled to right field his first time up, takes the first pitch, 85-mile-an-hour slider inside. It's 0-1. Kelenic 1 for 2. Time is called. Y'all must be talking about another game. I see Kerry said bottom of the lineup, no outs. Unless you were talking about what was going on in the game. I read that as the bottom of the lineup has no outs, but maybe I read that wrong. The changeup down below the knees, 1-1. So a 1-1 count. Yankees lead Philadelphia. It's 5-4 in the 7th. The Mets are leading the Twins 2-0 in the 8th. Man, we need someone to start beating the Mets. The 1-1. Slice towards left field, going back deep, going back. Is it going to stay? Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ram-a-llama, ding-dong. Kid Kelnick goes yard. Maybe that'll wake him up finally. A solo shot. 5-0 your score. His 12th home run of the year, 33rd RBI. It just snuck over the fence, 369 happy feet, 101 off the bat. And your Atlanta Braves lead it 5-0. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley. Swung on and lifted high and deep into center field. Coming over, making the catch is Mitchell, and that'll end the inning. But up for Kid Kelnick, puts another one on the board. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
My wife accused me of stealing her thesaurus. Not only was I shocked, I was appalled, aghast, and dismayed.
Things that I'm no longer interested in. Number 1, driving at night. Number 2, driving in winter. Number 3, getting on a scale. I don't like that anymore. And number 4, arguing with idiots. Number 5, being fashionable. Number 6, going to the gym. No use going to the gym anymore. I don't really care. Number 7, kale. Who likes kale? Number 8, wearing clothes that don't stretch. I need it. Number 9, counting carbs. And number 10, caring about what other people think of me.
Say something, a comment about the ref. Is it 20,000? It's a lot of money, so I should not do it. I save my money, I gotta pay for diapers.
Crazy stats. Hank Aaron wore number 44 in...
I only drink alcohol on days that start with a T. So that's Tuesday, Thursday, today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday.
Welcome back. Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Elder to Contreras, who leads us off. The 2-3-4 batters due up. Misses high. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Sinker in the dirt. 2-0. 2-0 count. Braves lead at 5-0. This Brewers team, not like Brewers teams of the past, they can score in bunches. The 2-0. Slider just grabs the inner cut. 2-1. So you'd like to keep them down and keep them from getting off the mat here tonight. The 2-1, right there at the knees, 2-2. Mentioned this earlier. Elder is the 2-2, down and away, full count. If you go into Bryce Elder's numbers, it's pretty amazing the trend. And so is the payoff pitch from Elder. Swing, that ball's laced into left field. Coming in, making the grab is Eddie Rosario. That red and blue glove, one away. First game of the year, April 22nd, Elder went 6 2/3 of no runs against Miami. He came back 5 1/3, 2 earned runs. Then the next time he comes out, this is where the trend starts, is the first pitch on the way to Bowers, right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. He goes out and gets absolutely obliterated by the Dodgers, gives up 7 earned runs. The 0-1 in the dirt, 1-1. 1-1 count. May 12th, he bounced back in 5 1/3 inning and only gave up 2 runs against the Mets. Then is the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. He comes back out after a good outing. Like, all right, what do we got here? That was the Sunday night game against San Diego. He got bombed. It was 3 innings, 6 earned runs. So he goes down to the minors for a while, comes back, goes up against St. Louis, is the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Yak him. Set him down, Joe. My fingers are so. 2 away. He then comes back out. The next time he faces, the next outing's kind of iffy. 4 innings, 3 earned. Then he comes out and gets bombed by St. Louis. 5 innings, 6 earned. His first pitch on the way is swung on, and that ball's hammered into the left field corner. Eddie Rosario lightly jogging, going over, just kind of lackadaisical, go getting it, flipping into the infield like he does. Runner at second, 2 outs. And that was the last time we saw him until tonight, where he's gone 3 innings so far, not giving up an earned run. So it's a seesaw with him all year long. Runner at second, 2 outs. First pitch on the way. High and out of the zone to Churio. It's 0-1-0. Churio's 0 for 1 on the day, grounded out. That was the comebacker to the mound that Elder made the spectacular play on. Frelick stands on deck. The 1-0, down and away, 2-0. The 2-0. Kicks and fires. Swung on, hit hard on the ground, but right at Arcia. He'll fire it across the diamond, and we're out of the 4th. They get one on. That Adames is something else. But other than that, smooth cruising for Mr. Bryce Elder. Will be back in a flash.
My wife asked if I've seen the dog bowl. I said I never knew he did.
So I just got fired from my job, and I don't even know why, because I only no-showed one time. I mean, I was late every single day, and I called in today and yesterday, but that is so unnecessary.
In the early days of baseball, some hitters would choose to use a flat bat. Batters felt that utilizing a flat bat allowed them to bunt easier, but Rule 1.10a was instituted stating the bat shall be a smooth, round stick.
Oh, son of a gun. You thought I was going to say son of a bitch, didn't you?
Yesterday I couldn't figure out if someone was waving at me or the person behind me. Another news, I lost my lifeguard job.
During the first decade of the 20th century, Americans sought to solve their country's problems by organizing everything. They formed children's aid societies, consumer associations, municipal reform leagues, and baseball teams. They played for the Reading Alerts, Utica Pentups, Binghamton Bingos, Scranton Choctaws, Hagerstown Antietam,s and New Jersey McClellans, the Laredo Apaches, Union City Greyhounds, Cincinnati Porkers, Evansville River Rats, and Iola Gas Band. They played for the Greenville, Mississippi Buckshots, Troy Collar and Cuff Makers, Providence Clam Diggers, Terre Haute Hottentots, Des Moines Undertakers, Lebanon Pretzel Eaters, Yakima Pippin, Bangor Bangers, and the Hartford Wideawakes. So eager to play, they got up at dawn to get in a game before they went to work.
You're listening to Braves Country Radio. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna. It's outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Sliced into left field. Just foul. 1-1. That was for yet last night. I didn't know it, but later on, Jason told me that there was a country club member that was added by, I think by Charlie last night. I must have missed it and didn't hit the button. So that was for last night. Charlie, I don't remember who it was that you put the country club membership on. The 1-1 swung on, pops it up high in the sky, coming over. Will it stay in play? Looks like it will. Coming over, making the catch. The third baseman Ortiz in foul territory, 1 away. One down. Matt Olson comes to the plate. He walked his last time up, lined out to right his first time. Pitch on the way, high and out of the zone. Sinker misses, 1-0. Ross, 77 pitches in, excuse me. We're here in the fifth inning, 5-0 your score. The 1-0. Lets her go. 94 misses high, 2-0. So a 2-0 count. The pitch on the way. Comes set, kicks and fires. Misses 3-0. If you're just getting off of work or whatever and missed all the movement on the trade deadlines, not a lot of big moves, but there were some solid moves, the Braves being one of them, bringing in Jorge Soler. The Dodgers went out and got Jack Flaherty, the 3-0 pitch. Outside, high and wide, ball 4. So it's a 1-out walk by Ross. We'll go over all the moves here in a bit just to get everybody caught up in case you're not. There were a lot of moves. I just wouldn't call many of them significant. There were more of pieces moving around. And one thing you haven't seen a ton of that we saw today and last couple of days is the first pitch on the way to Murphy. He chased that one in the dirt. It's 0-1. You saw two teams that were trying to contend trade with each other there. You normally don't see that. You normally just see buyers and sellers, but you were seeing buyers trading with buyers. The 0-1. Outside wide, 94 misses, 1-1. It's good to see regardless. Major League Baseball still has the best trading deadline of any sport. You don't get a lot of movement in the NFL. In the NBA, there's always all this hype, but there's very rare. Every once in a while you get a year where big names are moved, but not typically. The 1-1. Swung on, sliced foul, 1-2. I think that also lends to the fact that compared to the other sports, you can move parts, bring them into your team, and they can start right away. And it's not you're not learning a playbook. You're not trying to get into a system. So that's got a lot to do with it too. The 1-2 to Murph. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase that one well out of the zone. 2 down. You would expect tomorrow Jorge Soler to be at the top of the lineup. I would think maybe Kid Kelnick drops somewhere around the middle of the range, and they're going to try to bust up the lefties, obviously. If Eddie's still on the team and he's still in the lineup, they don't want him and Kelnick hitting back-to-back. Rosario comes to the plate, takes the first pitch down and away. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Kicks and fires. Inside. 2-0. So a 2-0 count. Eddie Rosario, 1 for 2 on the day. Ross brings it. Swing, pops it up. High in the sky. Can of corn over by third. Making the catch on the infield grass is Ortiz once again, and that'll end the inning. Braves get one on, but can't get them across. It's 5-0. We head to the bottom of the fifth.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Hall of Famer Larry Walker was a big fan of the number 3. He wore the number 33 for his entire career. His first contract with the Expos was $3 million, and the most stolen bases he had in a season was 33. He also got married on November 3rd at 3:33 p.m. His career batting average with the Rockies was .333, and he was the 333rd member of the Hall of Fame.
The final weeks of the 1908 National League season saw a fierce struggle between the Chicago Cubs and their arch rivals, the New York Giants. With the pennant on the line, they met at the Polo Grounds on September 23rd. In the bottom of the ninth, there were 2 outs and 2 men on for the Giants, with the score tied 1-1. Giant pinch hitter Moose McCormick was on third, representing the winning run. Fred Merkle was the runner on first. Al Bridwell, the Giant shortstop, was up to bat. He lined the very first pitch past Cubs second baseman Johnny Evers into center field for a clean single. Moose McCormick lumbered home. The Giants had won the game and most likely the pennant.
Trying to explain the Merkle boner in 25 words or less is like trying to explain relativity to kindergartners. It's a force out, and under the rules of baseball, and this had happened in a game umpired by the same umpire 3 weeks earlier, so Evers knew where he stood. Under the rules of baseball, the play was not completed so long as there was a force out possible, and when the force out concluded, the run that scored didn't count. It ended up determining who won the pennant that year. It also ended up leaving poor Fred Merkle with this eponym created to embarrass and humiliate him and his ghostly presence even to this day.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way. Slider at the knees by Elder to Sal Frelick. Right there for a strike. It's on 1. The 0-1. In the dirt, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch kicks and fires. Strike at the knees, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch swung on and lifted into center field, making the running catch. Kid Kelnick, 1 away. One down. That'll bring the right-handed bat to the plate of Rhys Hoskins. Four-seam fastball at the knees. It's 0-1. Hoskins popped out in the first time up, the 0-1. Grabs the outer edge for a strike, 0-2. Hoskins, you may remember, ex-Philadelphia Philly, came over on a one-year deal to try to bounce back after a nasty injury last spring with the Phillies. The 0-2 in the dirt, 1-2. Bad leg injury in spring training last year. Missed the entire season. The 1-2 swing, fouls it straight back, fists it behind home plate. We'll do it again. The Phillies let him go to the free agent market because they could no longer put Bryce Harper in the outfield. The 1-2 down and in, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. 93 misses outside ball, 3-2. Elder working really quick tonight. That might have been something he's just working on to improve The payoff pitch, swung on, that ball is going to get dropped into right center field, down for a base hit. Kelenic cuts it off, so Hoskins will be held to a single. 1 on, 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. That'll bring Mitchell to the plate. Center fielder for the Milwaukee Brewers doubled to right his first time up. First pitch on the way is 90 miles an hour, high and outside. It's 1-0. Garrett Mitchell, 25-year-old from Orange, California. He's a first-round pick in 2020 out of UCLA by the Brewers. The 1-0. Changeup misses, 1-1. Braves would like to get Bryce at least through the 5th inning, if not a little deeper. Still not getting a day off until Monday. The 2-0 swing. That ball's lifted high into right field. Coming in, making the running catch is Laureano. 2 away. Hoskins scampers back to first. Big question. We'll get the answer really early tomorrow, or you might even get some leaks. By the way, if you're ever looking for some of the news, if I find stuff, I try to put it in the chat when I find it out here on our YouTube channel. Is the first pitch on the way? So Ortiz, a slap foul. It's 0-1, but we may find out as early tonight, but probably not until tomorrow, who the Braves will send down or release. The 0-1. Inside, 1-1. Right now, your bench looks like this. You got Duvall. I don't think he's going anywhere. You got Darnode. You know he's not going anywhere. Charlie would riot if we got rid of Darnode. Luke Williams and Whit Merrifield. The 1-1. Chopped it back towards the mound. Riley's going to he's gonna kick the ball around, and it's going to be an infield single. Kind of rolled in there between the pitcher's mound and third base. Now they got runners on first and second and 2 outs. Not a hard hit ball, not a well hit ball, but hit them where they ain't. Riley was going to have to scoop that and make a heck of a throw. I don't think he's going to get Ortiz. He's the only one that had a chance. The only real chance would have been Elder to come off the mound and make that catch, but as a right-hander, he's just naturally going to fade towards the first base side. First pitch on the way to Bryce Terang is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. Terang 0 for 2 tonight, but he's batting .264. The 0-1. Did he go around? They checked down the line. Third base umpire Marquez said he did not. 1-1. The 1-1, down and in, slider, 2-1. So you got to figure if you're keeping Darnode and Merrifield and Duvall, it really comes down to Luke Williams, Nacho, or Laureano. The 2-1 swung on, chopped over towards short. Arcia will step on the bag, and he says, see you later, we'll grab the bats. And he's leading off the top of the 6th.
Bacon fact number 18. Bacon is healthier than crystal meth.
Ladies, when you send us to the store, turn your ringtone on. It's not even in case we might call you, okay? We're going to call you. The potatoes aren't where you said they'd be. The guy who works here's never even heard of the hair stuff you use. And the aisle you said ketchup would be in is now cleaning supplies. Meanwhile, my wife can't go 11 seconds without scrolling on TikTok. Yet every time she sends me to the store, she immediately gets into the shower after throwing her phone into the bottom of a lake. Can't get the girl to focus on a movie for an hour, but when she needs the most specific eggs they make, she cracks her phone in half and buries it like she's being tracked by the FBI. So I just gotta walk around Target like I'm studying for a chemistry test. Every time I go to the supermarket alone, they're rearranging the aisles. The section I gotta get to is always under construction. Do you know how many different types of cheese they make? Then I get called a moron when I buy the wrong one. Why do they make so many different toothpastes?
I'm a good man.
Yes, you are.
I'll give about 50% of my money to charity.
Yeah.
Except when she's not working, I give it to Destiny.
Crazy stats. Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
I remember reading a story one time about Cobb in the minor leagues playing, and they didn't shower in the ballpark. They would go back to their little apartment or house, whatever it was. And every day, Cobb was always in the tub ahead of the roommate. And this one particular day, the roommate got back to the house, and the roommate got into the tub. And Cobb came in and dragged him out of the tub and said from the bottom of his heart, "Don't you understand? I have to be first."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope you're enjoying your evening. Appreciate you spending your evening with us here on Braves Country Baseball. Top of the sixth we go. Braves lead at 5-0. Bryce Wilson's going to come back on. Remember, we saw him last night. Ex-Atlanta Brave. I think he's having a problem with his pitch comm. So while he does that, we'll go to the out-of-town scoreboard. The ball boys looks confused. He might be getting traded at the end of the game. Tampa Bay leads Miami 9-3. That game's in the 8th. Yankees 5-4 over the Phillies in the 9th. First pitch on the way to Arcia as we get back going. He's right there for a strike. Curveball. It's 0-1. Righty-righty matchup. Cincinnati leads the Cubs 5-3 in the 8th. The 0-1. Down and away. 1-1. Cincinnati sold off some pieces. The Cubs kind of held on, but kind of strange. I'm surprised they didn't reset. The 1-1. Right there at the knees, 1-2. The one piece that I would have liked to have gotten away from the Cubs was Jamison Tyon, but I don't think that was realistic. I think they would have asked for a lot. The 1-2. Swing. Fouls it back. Jamison Tyon is under control for the next couple of years at $18 a year, and that's a little cheaper actually than what we've been paying Charlie. And Tyon's been pretty darn good. The 1-2, high and out of the zone, 2-2. Pirates lead the Astros 3-1. Must be why we are not seeing underwater right now. White Sox, Kansas City. It's 2-1 Chicago in the 7th. Seattle 10-5 over Boston in the 7th, the 2-2. Swing! That ball's hammered down the left field line. If it's fair, it's trouble. Ball's going to bounce off the wall, and Orlando Arcia gets one in the corner, rattles around like a pinball. 99 miles an hour off the bat. And your Atlanta Braves got a lead-off double. He was doing kind of a Carlton Fisk, trying to lean it to get that ball into fair territory. Put a little body English on it, and it seemed to work because he's standing at second, nobody out. First pitch on the way. The high heat to Laureano, fists it foul, it's 0-1. Laureano struck out looking the first time, reached on an infield single in the 4th inning. So he's 1 for 2. Pitch on the way. Just missed outside, 1-1. He is calling a tight zone tonight. So with that tight zone he's been calling, it's more impressive that Elder's gone 5 innings, no earned. The 1-1 from Wilson. Misses high, 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Comes set, kicks and fires. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Cutter. Braves 5, Milwaukee nothing. Top of the 6th. Like to keep chipping some runs in here. Keep building that lead. Might be able to save the back end of the bullpen for tomorrow. The 2-2. Swing. Fouls it back. Standing on deck is Nacho. In the hole is Kelnick. The 2-2. Arcia at second. Nobody out. Wilson comes set and delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 3. I'd say there's a good chance Laureano's going to be the odd man out. 1 away. Rest of your out-of-town scoreboard looks like this. Cleveland beat Detroit, 5-0. That was the early game today. It's the random early game in the middle of a Tuesday trade deadline day. Mets 2-0 over Minnesota. That is a final as Nacho takes the first pitch down low for a ball. The 1-0 to Nacho. Swing, slices it foul. 1-1. Nacho 1 for 2 on the day. Baltimore 6-2 winners over Toronto. Santander hit his 31st home run of the year. The 1-1 up top just misses. You say so, 2-1. Not only did Jazz Chisholm hit 2 home runs in that game with the Yankees and Phillies, but the Phillies' new acquired outfielder Hayes hit a home run as well. The 2-1 pitch, swing, fouls it down the line. 2-2. Same two teams back at it tomorrow. 2:10 first pitch. The 2-2. Wilson, swing. Pops it up. Shallow center field. Coming in, making the catches, Mitchell. 2 away. Arcia bluffs like he's going to go to third. I think he was just screwing around because we know he doesn't have that kind of speed. Tomorrow, 2:10 first pitch, it'll be Chris Sale Day. And Peralta for the Brewers. That should be a really good pitching matchup. Freddie Peralta, really good right-handed strikeout artist for the Brewers. First pitch to Kelnick, swung on, fouled back. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lifts and fires, down and away, 1-1. Sale is set for Wednesday. On Thursday, Charlie Morton. The 1-1, high and out of the zone, 2-1. And on Friday, it'll be Schwellenbach. He's going up against Myers, the 2-1 pitch, way outside, ball 3-1. If you remember Max Meyer, he is back. He started in the Miami rotation. They took him out, sent him down to the farm to count his innings. He pitched an absolute gem against the Braves at the beginning of the year. I'm pretty sure Chris Sale was the pitcher. Is a 3-1 down and in. Alfonso Marquez chewing his cud down there at third base as he went around. I'm not sure about that one. Full count. The 3-2 pitch. Wilson brings it. Down and in, ball 4. Contreras was heading to the dugout. He definitely didn't offer it that one. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Riley. He's 2 for 3 on the night. Single to center his first time up, single to right. His second time out, flew out to center. The first pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is banged over to left field. Here comes the throw. And are you kidding me with this? Tua's got to go. This guy is just a bum. He does not send the runner with 2 outs from second base. Cheerio is not known for a great arm. And he threw the ball wildly up the line after it ricocheted. They were trying to cut it off, but the ball was not going to be an accurate throw regardless. So Tui cost us another run. Unbelievable. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Marcell Ozuna coming to the plate. Braves lead 5-0 with 2 outs. I'm of the mindset be a little more aggressive, because what you're asking for is, by the way, the Phillies just tied it up with the Yankees. It's 5-5 in the 9th. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. But with 2 outs, you're looking for a base hit is most likely is what's going to need to score. And the percentages are just against you. The 1-0 swung on, chopped foul off the plate, 1-1. Much smarter to force the throw and force a perfect throw to get you out. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Hopefully Ozuna can make up for the error. The 1-1 to the Big Zoo. Swing and a miss. 1-2. I just would like to see them try putting Goodwin over there at third and put 2 over at first, because he has just been a disaster all year long. The 1-2 pitch, down below the knees. Good pitch. Better take by Ozuna, 2-2. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Ducks all over the pond. The 2-2, swing and a miss, strike 3. So Matt Tuiasosopo cost us yet another run. To my calculations, that's at least a dozen this year. We'll be back in a flash.
Check this out. Did you guys know that Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Yeah. Now think about that, though. That's crazy. Like 2 cities in 1 state?
No, that's not crazy.
No, not at all. No. All right, I don't think you understand. There's 2 cities in the same state. Like, how's that even possible?
All states have more than one city.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
There's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So that's what Pennsylvania is.
Oh, no.
Oh, so Philadelphia's not Pennsylvania?
No, Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania. What is this man talking about?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The 1960 World Series was between the Pirates and the Yankees and ended with a walk-off homer by Pirates second baseman Bill Mazeroski. The MVP of that series wasn't Mazeroski, but instead it was Yankees player Bobby Richardson. His 12 RBIs led him to becoming the only World Series MVP who was on the losing team.
It is important to remember in an imperfect and fretful world that we have an institution which is practically above reproach and above criticism. Nobody worth mentioning wants to change its constitution or limit its powers. The government is not asked to inspect it, regulate, suppress, guarantee, or own it. There is no movement afoot that we know of to uplift it like the stage, or to abolish it like marriage. No one complains that it is vulgar, like the newspapers, or that it assassinates genius, like the magazines. It rouses no class passions, and while it has magnates, they go unhung with our approval. This once comparatively perfect flower of our sadly defective civilization is, of course, baseball, the only important institution, so far as we remember, which the United States regards with a practically universal approval. Saturday Evening Post.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Yankees about to spit the bit over there. The Phillies had the bases loaded in the ninth. Game is tied, and Bryce Harper's at the plate. First pitch on the way from Elder to start the bottom of the inning here to Contreras. It's a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 from Elder. Swing. That ball is dribbled over towards short. RC has got it. Fires it over to first. One away. 72 pitches now for Elder, so all good on that front. Braves 5, Milwaukee nothing. Trying to tie this one up, this series up, and force a rubber match tomorrow. Bowers is the batter. He takes the first pitch in the dirt. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Lets her go. Swing. Chops it off his foot. It's 0-2. An 0-2 count. Down and in, 1-2. Pitch on the way. Right there for a strike. Evens up the count now, 2-2. They had it missed on the screen. I thought that was odd, but the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll get him. 2 away. Bryce Elder now. 6 strikeouts. 5 2/3. 4 hits allowed. 77 pitches in. First one on the way is a ball hit hard on the ground over to Arce. He'll rip it over to first. 6-3 put out, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Middle of the order. Grab the bats. Olsen, Murphy, Rosario coming to the plate.
Okay, put a finger down if you my ex-boyfriend Steven in the Burger King parking lot.
John Lester will be remembered as a very intense, consistent pitcher. He was so consistent that in 241 starts for the Red Sox, he had a 3.64 ERA, and in 171 starts with the Cubs, he also had a 3.64 ERA. In 1995, a contest was held to name a future Arizona baseball team. The name Diamondbacks won, but there were some other choices. The Arizona Diamondbacks were almost the Rattlers, Scorpions, Phoenixes, or Coyotes.
I like old trucks, I like Nickelback, I like extra large t-shirts that say something funny on them, and I've realized that I am 1 beer belly and 2 ex-wives away from becoming my Uncle Earl.
Yo, my dog size and snore is way too hard for somebody who does not contribute to this household.
We don't have set sides of the bed.
Yeah, we sort of lie down wherever.
What are you, farm animals? Couples have set sides of the bed. Walk me through this. You get ready for bed. You put your sweats on, whatever.
No, actually, we sleep naked.
I'm sorry, what? No sides, no clothes, no rules. Basically, your bedroom is Thunderdome. Filthy, naked hippies.
Baseball's thought of as this game of geometry, the game of geometry. It's perfect. It's 90 feet, it's 60 feet, it's this, it's that. Everything's perfect, right angles, everything's all that. And then it has the strictest rules, and it has the strictest history, everything interpreted. And kids play it all over the place with 2 bases, 1 base, with a car parked in the middle of where they're playing. They play it in the street. We played it in the hollow, used trees for bases. We call it the hollow, where I lived in Lexington, Virginia. We had a wonderful baseball game. You can improvise baseball in a living room. You can improvise baseball on a New York street, and people do every day. You can play it in a pasture. You can play it on the side of a hill. You can play baseball anywhere.
Welcome back. First pitch to Matt Olson, misses for a ball, 1-0. The 1-0 kicks and fires, swung on, fouled straight back. 1-1. Olson is hitless tonight, but he has walked twice. The 1-1 up top. Cutter grabs a strike. It's 1-2. Murphy on deck. Rosario in the hole. The 1-2. 2-2. Four-seam fastball missed well of the plate. Bryce Wilson back out there for another inning of work. He is at 33 pitches. 1 inning in. The 2-2. Ball 3, 3-2. Sinker missed high and out of the zone. Keep waiting for them to show Jorge Soler and Luke Jackson walking into that dugout, but it probably won't happen tonight. The payoff pitch. Swing! Slices it foul and out of play. We'll do it again. You think about that when we get Harris back and eventually get Ozzie back. I know Ozzie's a long way away. The payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Four-seam fastball. 1 away. But you'll have a lineup that you could put together that you would have to go through the gauntlet of Soler, Riley, Ozuna, Olsen. You could play it how you wanted to with where you're going to put Harris, where you're going to put Kelnick. Eventually, Ozzie, first pitch to Murphy, swung on and belted into left field. That's going to get down for a base hit. Had a lot of top spin on that one. He put a mighty smack on that one. Just got a lot of top spin on it, so we'll settle for a single there. By the way, the Yankees did not score in the top of the 10th, so the Phillies are heading to the bottom, just needing a run to win that one. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario, swung on and missed. Cutter up top. It's 0-1. Eddie 1 for 3 on the night. Single to right field in the third inning. The 0-1. Slices foul. 0-2. You also wonder if the additions of when you get Harris back, when we add Soler tomorrow, you start lengthening that lineup, and then guys like Eddie and whatnot are going to see much better pitches because of it. The 0-2 swung on, pops it up, high in the sky, making the catch about halfway down the third base line. Third baseman Ortiz, 2 away. I would tend to think the guy that's going to lose a lot of playing time is going to be Eddie. I don't think they'll do a true platoon between him and Duvall, because Duvall's going to have to play a lot of right field. When is the first pitch on the way to Arcia. Swung on. That ball's hammered into left field. That's in for a base hit. Lando Arcia starting to heat up a little bit. He's 2 for 3. How about that? How about that? But the only place that you can really put Soler nowadays is left field, which means it'll be, when Harris comes back, he'll be in center, and in right field, a true platoon would spell Duvall and Kelnick. First pitch on the way to Laureano. He'll dribble that over to second. Can't get rid of this guy quick enough. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the 7th we go. Braves lead it 5-0.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. All right, 1, 2, 3. Me out to the ball. Hey, me out to the find me something to scratch to death.
First pitch on the way from Bryce Elder, who misses up for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 misses high, 2-0. Elder is now at 80 pitches. He's set to face Churio, the number 5 hitter. The 2-0 in the dirt, ball 3, 3-0. Churio, Frelick, and Hoskins are due up, 5, 6, and 7. If anybody gets on, Mitchell. The 3-0 right there at the knees, 3-1. Got to just bring those strikes, Bryce. You got a 5-run lead. Last thing you want to do is start giving free bases away. The 0-2, the 3-1 swing and a miss. 3-2. I was looking at Churio's 0 for 2 and had a slip there. That was wishful thinking. The payoff pitch. Swung on, chopped foul down the line. We'll do it again. If you could get 7 innings out of Elder, that would be an absolute dream. Reds did hold on to beat the Cubs 6-3. The payoff pitch. Swung on, pops it up. Into the crowd. We'll do it again. Garrett Cole was scratched from his start today against the Phillies for fatigue. Overall fatigue is what they called it. The 3-2 pitch is in the dirt, ball 4. He'll head on down to first. Overall fatigue. The guy has only pitched a handful of games this year because he started the season on the IL. I think he looked at the schedule and said, you know what? Phillies? Nah, man, I'm going to wait till we play the Blue Jays this weekend. First pitch on the way, swung on, banged on the ground, stopped by Nacho Alvarez from getting to the outfield, but it's going to be an infield single. And the Braves are in trouble here in the bottom of the 7th. 2 on, nobody out. Good job by Nacho from keeping it going with the outfield. If it makes it to the outfield, pretty sure the runner's going to make it to third. Kelnick had a long way to go. We could go out there and talk to Elder. Eric Abreu still filling in for Kranitz. I have not heard anything as far as when they expect him back, if they expect him back this year. Starting to wonder about that. It must be something pretty bad. It's supposedly not related to him, but they did call it a family matter, so I don't know what it is. So first and second, nobody out, and Rhys Hoskins, who could change this game with one swing, stands in the box. First pitch, right there for a strike, it's 0-1. Hoskins, 17 home runs on the year. Excuse me, 18 now. The 0-1, swung on, foul back, 0-2. Hit one last night. 31-year-old out of Sacramento, California, drafted by the Phillies in 2014 out of Sacramento State. The 0-2. Slider misses down and away. 1-2. Little surprised they didn't bring the bullpen in, but they're just trying to stretch these innings out. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him with the 4-seam fastball. 1 away. One down. Runners at first and second. go out there and talk to Elder once again. It looks like we're going to get a pitching change. So we'll be back after a very short break. Atlanta Braves here in the 7th inning lead it 5-0.
Did you touch the thermostat? Did you turn it up? Well, of course not. Did somebody fiddle with the thermostat? It's 85 degrees. 85? Do you have any idea how much even a few degrees can impact the gas bill? Of course I do. It's unthinkable. Why is it so hot? Someone fiddled with the thermostat. What? Who would do that?
What is going on?
Adriana, she turned up the thermostat. Said she fiddles with the thermostat at your place anytime she damn well pleases. Hey, you might as well give her your wallet and your 401k while you're at it. Brad, do you let the kids touch the thermostat at your house? What? No. The thermostat is a sacred covenant. I can't believe we're even talking about this. This is madness.
Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Bad check, dumbass.
Holy crap!
No, it is not a bad check. We just want to say goodnight, and we love you very, very much. What are you doing?
Oh, just nailing his window shut for his own good.
What if there's a fire?
Well, then I guess you can just light your dope with it, dopehead.
If you look at pictures of, say, the 1915 Pirates, you're going to see a very different kind of face than you see today. Hard men. Baseball at that point was a way out of the mines. This was a way for immigrant Americans to make a career, and they were tough men. Hungry young men coming after the established older men. Baseball was played with a ferocity of kind of life and death, which in a sense it was for these players. So it represented the rise of American striving in a certain way.
Welcome back. A.J. Minter, your pitcher. Gary Sanchez comes in to pinch hit. First pitch on the way as a cutter misses down. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Minter fires right there, four-seam fastball, 1-1. The 1-1 count. Minter, swing. That ball's going to get dribbled through left field. Their third baseman will send the runner. Third base coach will send the runner, and it's 5-1 Milwaukee. Hit it right between the 5-6 hole. Cutter on the outer edge just got a little bit too much of the plating up, and Sanchez was able to drag it through the infield. First pitch on the way to Ortiz is swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Minter comes set. Kicks and fires. Swing. Fouls it away. 1-1. Or 0-2, excuse me. I knew as soon as we gave up a run, Yelton would be in the chat. You don't hear from him when we're doing well. So 2 on, 1 out, the 0-2. Braves 5, Brewers 1. Minter turns around, chases the runner back to second. He's had success with that play a few times over the years. The 0-2 from Minter. Down and an in. Did he go around? He did not. 1-2. Ortiz, the batter, standing on deck is Bryce Terang, top of the order. Love a double play ball here. The 1-2. Swing. That ball sliced into almost over the head of Nacho. Nacho Alvarez makes the catch. 2 away, a leaping catch by Nacho.
Whoa. Hey, check it out. What? Look, that guy.
Get me some nachos.
It is a sign. A sign in these nachos to help me score.
Good hopping catch by Nacho. I thought that was getting over his head for sure. So we'll have another pinch hitter. Monasterio will come to the plate. We saw him last year. Andrew Monasterio, 27-year-old from Venezuela. Right-handed bat. Swings at the first pitch. He'll dribble it over to short. And RC will flip it to second. And just like that, we're out of the inning. So A.J. Minter comes in, puts out the fire. It's 5-1 Atlanta. We head to the 8th.
I'm not saying that it's rough where I live, but my Walmart is selling Father's Day cards in packs of 5.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Big Sexy Bartolo Colon is a very fondly remembered player. When he hit a home run against the Padres in 2016, he actually set a record. He became the oldest player to hit his first career home run at 42 years old. Milky Cabrera, in 2012, after getting suspended for high testosterone levels, he made a fake website to try and challenge his suspension. He argued that this phony website he created had given him banned substances without his knowledge. Unsurprisingly, the plan didn't work.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
I will not tolerate profanity, obscene language, or personal insults from my bench. I will always insist, as long as I am manager of the club, that my boys be gentlemen. There is room for gentlemen in any profession. Connie Mack.
Baseball was Mac's livelihood, but it was also his life, and he was worried about the game's integrity. The real name of the man who built the Athletics was Cornelius Alexander McGillicuddy. Born in 1862 to Irish immigrants, he began as a catcher. He spent 11 years in the majors, managed to play every position except third base and pitcher, and vigorously supported John Montgomery Ward and his ill-fated Players League. In 1901, he became part owner of the Philadelphia Athletics and immediately made himself manager, a post he held for 50 years. Connie Mack became baseball's most conspicuous gentleman, managing in coat and tie, demanding that his players be on their best behavior.
Welcome back. Braves have put 5 on the board. You would have liked to have seen a few more. We've got 12 hits in the game. But we lead at 5-1. We head to the top of the 8th. You like to see him at least put a 1 or 2 more insurance runs on. I know Minter's going to be excited to see Luke Jackson come back, but at the same token, another one of his good friends, Tyler Matzik, heads out to San Fran. So, but hopefully, like I said, hopefully the Braves can bring him back in free agency during the offseason. First pitch on the way to Nacho is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Kicks and fires. Right there at the knees. 0-2. Count. Pitcher is Tyler J., the left-hander. Inside almost gets him. Nacho, you got to stick that chicken wing out there, man. Get hit by that. Come on now. You guys batting 103. He's got to take one for the team. The 1-2. Jay brings it. Outside wide. Cutter misses. 2-2. Left-hander Jay comes into this game. Just 5 innings pitched and a 6.35 ERA, the 2-2. Swing sliced down the line, just out of play. Into the upper deck. We'll do it again. He was drafted in the first round by the Minnesota Twins, Tyler J. was, back in 2015, 30-year-old. The 2-2. Swing, slices that up against the screen down the left field line. 2-2 once again. Played his college ball for the Fighting Illini of Illinois. 6th pick overall, man. He was a big-time prospect. The 2-2. Swing, slices that one. He's just playing pepper back and forth, right field line, left field line. Hopefully we can get one in between the lines and down for a base hit. And believe it or not, I mean, this is almost like a Grant Holmes story, except for Grant Holmes has done really well. He did not debut until this year, April 11th. The 2-2 swung on, lifted to center field, lazy fly ball. Coming over, making the catch. Mitchell went away. One down. Jared Kelenic will come to the plate. Austin Riley stands on deck. The first pitch is a sweeper down and away. It's 1-0. Royals lead the Sox, White Sox that is, 4-3 in the 8th. Yankees 6-5 over the Phillies in the 11th. They just began the bottom of the 11th. The 1-0. Outside wide, 2-0. Arizona 2-0 over Washington. Patrick Corbin Day, or as I like to say, hit the over. Jay comes set, kicks and fires, misses high. So another ball. It's 3-0 to Kelenic. He is 2 for 3 on the night. He's got a home run, a double. He walked, the 3-0. Inside, ball 4. So Kid Kelenic is having himself a night. That'll be the 4th time in 5 plate appearances that he has been on base. 2 walks, a single, and a home run. Austin Riley will come to the plate. First pitch to Riley is right down the pipe for a strike. It's 0-1. Ozuna stands on deck. Braves 5, Brewers 1. The 0-1. Jay brings it. Misses outside, but called for a wide strike. First wide strike I remember seeing all night long from Lance Barrett, home plate umpire, 0-2. So 0-2 count. Brings it. Swing, slices it foul. Do it again, 0-2. Phillies tied the game up against the Yankees at 6-6 in the 11th. The 0-2 to Riley, swung on, just got a piece of that, rattled it foul. Looked like I got a piece of Contreras' mask. The 0-2, 1 on, 1 out, the pitch. Inside, 1-2. Austin Riley's 3 for 4 on the night. 3 singles. He does have an RBI as well. The 1-2 to Riley. Swing! That ball is sliced into right field. That's down for a base hit. He is now 4 for 5 on the night. Man, you can get game balls all around tonight. Riley, Kelenic. Let's not forget about Bryce Elder. 6 1/3 innings, 7 strikeouts. Just 1 earned run. Here comes Marcell Ozuna. Marcell Ozuna's got a chance to blow this one wide open with 1 swing. Braves lead at 5-1. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Just grabs the outer zone. Smacks the black sweeper. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Jay. 20th pitch of the evening. Lets her go in the dirt. 1-1. So 1-1 count. I'll be perfectly honest. I was surprised, as good of a pitching staff as the Milwaukee Brewers had, that Joe Ross was even on the club. The 1-1, outside wide, 2-1. He left the game 5 innings, 5 earned runs. He now has a 4.98 ERA. He is literally just an innings eater, but the Brewers have a really good pitching staff. I was surprised to see him out there today. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, slices it foul. We're going to have a little more tough sledding tomorrow when usually Peralta comes and brings his A game against the Braves. We've had some really tough matchups against him. Runners on first and second. 1 out. The 2-2. Swing, fouls it back. We'll do it again. Deuces wild here in the top of the 8th. Riley at first. Kelenic at second. Anything that gets down should score. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Ozuna down on strikes. 2 away. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup. Tyler J comes set, excuse me. First pitch on the way is slice foul, 94-mile-an-hour sinker in off the hands. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Jay kicks and fires outside wide, 1-1. Matt Olson 0 for 2 on the night, but he has walked in the 5th inning. Walked in the 3rd inning as well. The 1-1 swing, pops it up high in the center field. Coming in, making the easy catch is Mitchell, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but can't do a thing with it. We'll be back in a flash. 5-1 your score. We head to the bottom of the 8th.
Some people are like old TVs. They need to be slapped a few times to get the picture.
Hey, Braves Country. This is Mac Magee with Braves Country Radio. We are bringing you pitch by pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves all year long. Please like and subscribe today. It's free, and it helps us bring you more of the game we all love. Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball.
Mark Lemke played for 11 seasons and had 3,664 career regular season plate appearances. You may be asking yourself, what is crazy about that? In his entire career, he was never hit by a pitch. Lemke also had 257 career postseason plate appearances, and you guessed it, he was never hit by a pitch.
In 1910, Ty Cobb was locked in a fierce battle with Napoleon Lajoie of the Cleveland Indians for the batting championship of the American League. The hugely popular Lajoie had led the league in batting twice before and was considered the greatest second baseman in the game. The Chalmers Motor Company had offered a new car to the man who won the title. Cobb wanted that car, but he was so detested by those who played against him that when he and Lajoie were neck and neck for the title at the very end of the season, the manager of the St. Louis Browns, just to spite Cobb, ordered his third baseman to play so deep that Lajoie got 6 bunt singles in a row. The manager was found out and fired. Cobb ended up winning the title by a single percentage point. Years later, it was discovered that in fact Lajoie should have won. Cobb's average had been inflated by counting one game twice, but both men got cars. It would be the first of 10 cars Cobb would receive over his career.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Joe Jimenez will come on. First pitch from Joe. Swung on, pops it up. High in the sky. Can of corn on the infield grass. Riley makes the catch. One away. Braves lead it 5-1. We're in the bottom of the 8th inning here in Milwaukee. 5 outs away from forcing a rubber game tomorrow afternoon, 2:10 first pitch. Chris Sale Day. Pitch on the way from Jimenez is right there for a strike. 0-1. The 0-1. Way high and out of the zone, 1-1. The 1-1, 89-mile-an-hour changeup misses outside wide, 2-1. Bowers is 0 for 3 on the day, excuse me. 3 strikeouts. The 2-1 misses well outside, ball 3, 3-1. He's 1 strikeout away from getting that golden sombrero. I'm sure he wants to make sure he doesn't get that one tonight. Kangaroo Court will have a field day. The 3-1, 94 up top. Full count. One down. Bowers digs in from the left side of the plate. Jimenez looks in to Murph, the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got the golden sombrero, all 4 strikeouts, swinging 2 away. Wow, you don't see that very often. Two down. Willie Adames comes to the plate. Adames had a double to left in the 4th inning. He takes the first pitch outside wide for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0. Sits back. Kicks and fires. Right down the pipe. 1-1. Adames now 17 home runs on the year, batting .250. 769 OPS. The 1-1. Swing and a miss up top. 1-2. Adames was the reason why Orlando Arcia was sent to Atlanta. Remember, Adames came over from the Tampa Bay Rays, and it made Arcia expendable. That's how he ended up with the Atlanta Braves. The 1-2. 95 misses high and out of the zone. 2-2. Churio stands on deck. If they get Adames, it'll be Churio, Frelick, and Hoskins in the bottom of the 9th for Milwaukee. The 2-2, down and away, ball 3, 3-2. Jimenez comes set. The payoff pitch, 13th of the inning, in the dirt, ball 4. So Adames works his way aboard. He'll continue to be 1 for 3 on the night. And they'll bring the tying run on deck. Churio 0 for 2. Walked his last time up. Grounded out to the pitcher and grounded out to short his first 2 times up. First pitch on the way. Swung on. Fouled over to the first base side. Just out of play as Olsen gives chase. 0-1. Yankees lead the Phillies 7-6. They're in the 12th now. The 0-1. Swing, pops it back foul. 0-2. Kind of like to see both those teams just wear each other's bullpens out. That could have lasting damage. Philly and the Yankees go and play about 23 innings tonight. The 0-2 from Jimenez. Brings it. Swing and a miss, strike three. That'll end the inning. Joe Jimenez comes in, has himself a pretty good inning. We'll be back in a flash. 9th inning, Braves lead it.
You people that walk in the middle of a parking lot, like right down the middle, are wild to me. And then you turn around and you're like, oh, I had no idea there was a car behind me in the middle of a parking lot. Must suck to suck. There's way too many people outside.
You know that there was an illegal gambling operation going on just down the street from where you live?
No. It was illegal. What is that? I ain't heard nothing about that.
Armchair.
Cheating on me? That's easy. But trying to stop your car with no brake pads ain't.
The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
They should have x-rayed your head at the hospital. They did. And for your information, they found nothing.
On November 13th, 1911, John Jordan O'Neill, who would one day become one of baseball's greatest ambassadors, was born in the Gulf Coast port town of Carabel, Florida, the grandson of a slave.
Every town had a baseball team. In my town, Carabel, they had a little local baseball team, and my father played on the baseball team. It was only 4 high schools in the state of Florida a black kid could attend. So just elementary education. Well, so I've got to go to the Sarah field. And in that Sarah field, I was a box boy. I'm sitting behind the boxes one day, and it was hot in Florida, and I was sweaty, and that muck was, I'm itching, and I said, damn, it's got to be something better than this.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Here on Braves Country Radio. Sean Murphy leads us off. Braves lead at 5-1. Jay's back out there for a second inning of work. His 28th pitch brings a cutter inside for a strike. It's 0-1. Obviously, none of these Braves players have seen Jay before. Rookie comes set. Brings it. Taking it down the pipe again. 0-2. Oh-2 count. Jay brings it. That ball's going to get dribbled through the infield. That is through for a base hit. Murphy stands at first. Nobody out. Good piece of hitting by Smurf. Adam Duvall will come to the plate now. He'll take over for Eddie Rosario. Not only do you bring the right-hander against the lefty, but you also make an improvement in the defensive department. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch to Duvey. Swing and a miss up top. 94 miles an hour. It's 0-1. Duvall stands in with a 188 average, 10 home runs, 29 RBI. The 0-1. Swing, pops it up, back foul. 0-2. 0-2 count. Murphy at first, nobody out. The pitch to Duvall. Swing. Fouls it back out of play. We'll do it again. Seattle held on to beat Boston 10-6. That was one of the guys that Boston made a trade for, the starting pitcher tonight. I didn't realize Paxton was pitching tonight. He came over from the Dodgers and came out and rightly got spanked around. They lose at 10-6. Looks like he gave up 6 earned runs. First pitch on the 0-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Doovie chased that one down below the knees. 1 away. 1 down. Orlando Arcia comes up. He's had a pretty good night at the plate. Orlando Arcia 2 for 4. First pitch. Sweeper on the outer cut. It's 0-1. Be interesting to see if this score holds, if they'll bring in eyeglasses, if they'll hold off. The 0-1. Inside, just grabs the inner edge. Not sure about that one. That's a 9th inning strike for sure, 0-2. The 0-2. Jay fires. Inside, 95 miles an hour, 1-2. Murphy at first, 1 out. The 1-2. Swing, chops it over to third. You know that's going to be a 5-4-3 inning ending double play. 2 of the slowest runners on the planet involved in that one. We had no chance. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of the 9th we go. 3 outs to take this one home.
I think I have Alzheimer's because I can't remember when I asked you for your opinion.
Crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
She said, this is the definition of the female gaze. What? Like lesbians, dude? The female gaze. No, they're called lesbians. No, the female gaze. But I'm not just saying that. Like they prefer to be called lesbians, dude. The female gaze, like with your eyes. You gaze with your eyes. I have gay eyes. Do I have? It's almost not even worth it. No, oh my God, dude. Oh my God. No, oh my God, me, dude. You're the one that don't know the word lesbians. I know the word lesbian, dude. I mean, like to see, like they don't see different, dude. I'm telling you, they don't see any different. I'm done. I've done the research, dude. I've watched like a ton of footage.
Though Ty Cobb and the Washington Senators star pitcher Walter Johnson were the decade's greatest players, a host of other stars vied for an adoring public's attention. Tris Speaker was Harry Hooper's teammate, the Boston Red Sox regal center fielder. A former rodeo cowboy whose fans called him the Gray Eagle, he transformed outfield play. He played so shallow that he often recorded unassisted double plays at second base. He threw out a record 35 American League base runners in a single season twice. During a slump in 1910, he was asked by his manager to give up his cherished 3rd spot in the batting order. Like hell I will, he said, and ended the season the Red Sox best hitter.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Rafael Iglesias, eyeglasses, enters the game. Braves lead at 5-1 here in the bottom of the 9th inning. 3 outs away, tying this series up. We're back at it 2:10 tomorrow. First pitch, Chris Sale Day. First pitch on the way, fires a 94-mile-an-hour sinker off the edge. It's Freely, Ortiz, Rang due up. The 8-9-1 hitters. The 0-1 down and away, 1-1. The 1-1 from Iglesias, swing and a miss. Changeup pulled the string on that one. 1-2. The 1-2 swung on and fouled back. Sal Frelick 1 for 3 on the day. A's lead the Giants 2-0. The 1-2 swung on, lifted into left field, drifting over, making the easy catch is Duvall, 1 away. One down. First pitch on the way, swung on, popped up, high in the sky. Can of corn making the catch is Laureano. 2 away. So 2 down. They're going to bring on Bryce Perkins to pinch hit. Blake Perkins, 27-year-old left-handed bat, takes the first pitch in the dirt. It's 0-1 or 1-0. Perkins, 6 home runs, 253 average, 692 OPS. 27-year-old, drafted by the Nationals in 2012. The 1-0, right there for a strike, 1-1. From Litchfield Park, Arizona. The 1-1. Swing. That ball's hammered over to first. Olson's there. He's got it. And the Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Whiskey for my men. Beer for my horses. You could give the game ball to a couple of guys. Riley went 4 for 5. With an RBI. You also had Bryce Elder go 6 1/3, 5 hits, 1 run, 7 strikeouts, just 1 walk. That's who we would normally give it to. But tonight, this one goes to Jared Kelly. He's been scuffling. 2 for 3 tonight. Had a home run. He also walked twice, so he reached base 4 times in 5 plate appearances. Goes yard, and your Atlanta Braves win it 5-1. And we will see you tomorrow afternoon, 2:10 first pitch. Chris Sale Day. And we'll see if we can win this series in Milwaukee, which would be a huge win. A huge series win to win one in Milwaukee. Remember, they are division leading here in the NL Central. We will see you tomorrow. 2:10 first pitch. Y'all have a great night, Braves country.